Hello again, everybody, and welcome to another exciting episode of the Jim Cornette Experience. Today, we're going to talk AEW's WrestleDream. Overbooked, overdone, and overlong, but at least it's over. All that and more today, and joining me, Hawaiian Brian, the podcasting lion, the king of the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network, Mr. Co-host to you. He's the most over co-host since Arthur Treacher. The great Brian Last, everybody.
Aloha, Jim. A pleasure to be here somewhat today. I'm not feeling the greatest, but let's get through this. I'm sure talking about the AEW pay-per-view will make me feel a whole lot better.
I'm sure you'll get cranked up by the end of this. That you're running, I understand, a low-grade fever.
That's right.
Low-grade fevers for people with low morals. Apparently, that's how it works.
Apparently, that's not how it works. I have pretty high morals.
Well, yeah, you're high usually when you exhibit it. You got me in trouble. I'm going to mention that in a minute. But I'll tell you what I did Saturday night, October the 12th. Do you know what I did Saturday night, October 12th, while WrestleDream was going on and on and on and on and on?
You watched Svengoolie.
I certainly did, which followed a wonderful steak dinner. I cooked the fillets and the fried scallops on us. So we had the surf and turf. Stacy's mother was still here. It was her last weekend before she goes home. She did her follow-up doctor's appointments and everything's lovely. And I made the big family dinner and we had family night. And Harley was perched right up there with us and we watched The Ghost and Mr. Chicken on Svengoolie and had just a wonderful time. And it took we ate dinner, we had, family conversation and watched the entire Ghost of Mr. Chicken in about half the time it took to get through WrestleDream. So I figure I came out ahead. Did you try to watch that thing live? We're going to talk about it later on, folks, unfortunately.
I watched a good deal of it live, and then I watched a good deal of it the next day.
A good deal of it. It may still be going on.
I couldn't attend. There's no way I'd be able to sit through a show like that. It's just I'd be too tempted to not just go to the concessions, just go for a walk. There should be like a way you could leave the arena, go around the block a few times, and come back.
Go see the city.
Something.
If they were in New York, you could have gone to the top of the Empire State Building and come back and still not been to intermission.
And that's a long line, and you're right.
Anyway, and I counted about half a dozen times where you could have actually legitimately, if any of this stuff had been real, you could have called the police.
That's right, the police, or, Jim, let's do it together, the famous Police Chant. You ready? Tony, help?
Read him.
That was the one segment on the pay-per-view I couldn't wait. I was hoping you saw the pre-show. And I couldn't wait to hear what you would say about that because it was stunning for Tony's disheveled look, the stoicism of the Inoki grandchildren as this is all happening, Shivani at his frumpiest worst, and no one there knowing this chant, and they pulled back and they get the wide shot just so you could feel the awkwardness.
Yes, everybody's like, what do we do? What do we do?
And they put the words on the screen that didn't really seem to help, and then Tony wants them to keep going, and the owner of the company is saying, let's do it again, and they just play music like it's the Grammys, and they're trying to get him off the stage. Remember they did it to, like, Sinatra? Lifetime Grammy? Was it the Grammys or the Oscars where they gave Sinatra a Lifetime Award? And he comes up, it was like his last appearance ever on TV, Old Man Sinatra. And he comes up and he gives the big speech, and they start playing music to get him off the stage.
Well, it was quite vexing to Johnny Carson in the later years of the Tonight Show when he was contractually obligated. Well, he wasn't contractual, but by NBC he had to have Bob Hope on like twice a year to promote the troop shows or the Bob Hope Christmas special or whatever. When Hope was like, I don't know, he lived to be almost 100, didn't he? Or was he 100? So he was close to 90 at the time.
Yeah, no, and they say that Carson went from really liking him to hating him.
Because, well, the thing, he was deaf. For one thing, he got deaf to where he couldn't hear anything. And then he got cranky to where that he didn't want to talk about anything. And he wasn't really being particularly funny. And he was a pain in the ass to get him in and out, for the staff and everything. And It was, but Bob Hope at NBC was like, goddamn inextricably linked for 50 years. So they had to have him on till the end to promote these things. And Carson was sitting there like, you couldn't have driven a 10-penny nail up his ass with a sledgehammer. He was waiting to get him off. I was waiting to get WrestleDream off, but anyway, we'll do that later on because I got a bone to pick with you.
Is that a helicopter behind you? What was that?
No, it's well, I've been up. I'll tell you what. First of all, it's fucking cold.
It's not a denial of the helicopter, by the way.
Well, it's not the helicopter. Yesterday was the helicopter. Today is the engine of a truck that's bringing me mulch. But I've been up since fucking 5:30 this morning because Harley had a bowel movement that turned into a cleaning and trimming of her. And then it was 40 degrees, might have been 30 something degree, might have been, I saw frost when I went outside. As a matter of fact, there was 3 inches of snow this morning. Now it was fucking cold. And I had a guy come to look at some work at 8:30. And then I was out there freezing for that. And then right before we went on the air, I'm still shiverating because the guy came with the load of mulch that he needs to put in with minutes to go. So I'm hoping I get cranked up by the end of this show also. How come you're the one that's sick and I've been out in the weather?
Maybe you're immune.
Well,
there
see?
you go. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I've cured it all.
I've got good genes. But anyway, you got me in trouble.
With who? For what?
I trended again onto, it was a small trend, not one of these trends for days things that I do sometimes. But all I've said was that Oba Femi's accent sounded like Eddie Murphy in Coming to America. I didn't expect that, and it tickled me to where I couldn't concentrate on anything else because I had no idea that he was going to be talking like that. And then the people on the Twitter, oh, God, he's horribly racist. Look what he said about this. Oh, my God. And it was you that told me to watch Oba Femi to begin with.
And I remember being mad at that review because I'm thinking, why is he not taking this guy seriously? He's just going to pick on him for having this accent, which at the moment I thought was his legitimate accent.
Yeah,
But again, I'm not one of the people on Twitter. No, wait, I'm not one of the people on Twitter that was like, he's a racist, kill him. Let's show him that we're better than him by slaughtering him. Whatever the fuck they're saying.
Yeah, well, and also, he didn't wrestle. All he did was come out and talk. So what else am I supposed to? I said he looks great.
Yeah, my issue was that you wouldn't take him serious. I'm like, oh, no, he's right away going to find something to nitpick and make fun of the guy and not take him seriously. And again, he's in a fucking Ms. TV segment. You can't expect too much.
But as you saw, when we just talked about on the previous program, your show, when he actually wrestled, I said, yeah, you got something there. He's got the size, he got the blah, 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 blah. I didn't say I would never take him seriously again, and I hated him, and I wanted him to be blasted off to Mars in a rocket ship. However, after all of this outrage, and people go, oh, he's racist because he found the accent was funny. And another thing they said, well, they've been saying for a year and a half he's from wherever he's from. And the whole point of our conversation that we had was that I had never seen this fucking guy. That I had seen his name mentioned on the internet, but I had neither seen him nor heard him nor watched him wrestle and didn't know what the fuck he looked like. And it's not like if your name is Jacques Rougeau, then you expect the guy to be French, right? If your name is Hans Schmidt, you expect the guy to be German. But has anybody ever been named Oba Femi? I didn't know whether he was from Switzerland or Swaziland. So there comes the Eddie Murphy accent, but nevertheless, come to find out, it's not his real accent. As Aunt Lola used to say, he's putting it on. Somebody sent a clip of a couple of years ago, they're interviewing him, one of the backstage interviewers, And he's talking like he's from fucking Cleveland. Did you see that?
He had a tinge of an accent, because again, he is from Africa, but he did not sound
He did not sound like Eddie Murphy coming to
He didn't sound like Eddie Murphy there either. I mean, that's the other thing. He didn't sound vocally like Eddie Murphy at all.
I thought he did. But nevertheless, the point is it more racist to me be tickled by a guy that I didn't know was going to have an accent and then has an accent and reminds me of a comedic movie? Or is it more racist to put the accent on in the first place?
Or is neither racist? I mean, that's the other thing.
I mean, if we're going for that, then is either really racist? Because he is from Africa.
Because the first thing I saw when I went on Twitter that day, and I was like, oh, fuck, why is he trending? We just put up the trending omnibus. Why are we starting the new one? And I went to check, and the first comment I saw was, this always happens. I'm paraphrasing. This always happens. I'm a black listener, and I didn't find it racist at all. And a bunch of white boys are telling me I should be finding it racist. There are people who just have they want the outrage at anything you say, and they look for stuff even when it's not there. Again, I disagreed with you immediately dismissing him because we see what happens. I think this guy's a schmuck. Here's the nickname. He's done forever. I didn't want that to happen yet.
I didn't do that. Well, why would I give him a nickname? How can I give him a nickname when his real name's bad enough? Well, that's not his real name.
I still think Dabo Kato is the greatest name.
Here you dabbing on Kato again.
I've been laughing about that name ever since Shane McMahon popped up in photos again, and I had the thought of him running around Raw Underground yelling, Dabo Kato! Dabo Kato! It's the funniest thing in the world to me. And I hope they bring him back, and I hope I hope he can have that name. Oba Femi, we'll see how it works out, but I thought it was ridiculous. Again, I disagreed with what you were saying because I wanted you to give the guy a chance, and then people were saying that it was, I guess the people who were saying it's racist are saying it's because you compared him to another black actor doing a fake accent. Right? Because Eddie Murphy's not from Africa. It was a fake accent.
Well, yeah, but so I'm trying to figure out how that's racist.
Right, me too.
If Oba Femi had been doing a French accent, I would have compared him to Pat Patterson. But would that have been racist because
you hate
French,
Canada, you hate Montreal, you're anti-Canadian.
Well, no, Pat's family was originally from the French homeland. See, so, you got to go back far enough. But I don't know. I don't know what the fucking problem is. But once again, thank you all for all of you who participated for getting all upset. And as you saw, Brian, I was just yanking your crank also. I gave him a fair review instead of a rebuke when he actually wrestled. And who was the fucking guy? Tony D'Angelo. No, he came out favorably against the Don.
Why don't you make fun of him so I can get the Italian organizations against you? Come on, make fun of him. I dare you. Come on.
I'm not gonna mess with the Italians.
Hey, that's anti-Italian. Just saying that.
Well, I have no recollection of that incident, Senator. Anyway,
Senator last. Wait a minute. Now that's a thought.
You can run the investigation into the commission.
The commission, huh? But yeah, that's the Jim trending segment here on the show. And
all right, well, thank you for taking over because I'm done now with it. But I have an email.
Oh no!
And I don't know whether you have seen this email or not because it was sent to the drive-through channels, but also to the Jim Cornette channels. So maybe, this might be new to you if you haven't seen this yet. But nevertheless, it's from Rob. I don't think he says where he's from. And he includes an article from a website that I've never heard of, so I will not promote it. Not a wrestling website, but just one of these showbiz websites. But he also has a picture, and the picture is hard to fucking refute because it is actually a picture of what it's supposed to be a picture of. But anyway, Rob continues, Hi, Jim and Brian. I have a working theory on Vince's egg fascination that I wanted to share with you.
Really? Okay, this is a shocking email. I did not see this. No.
This, you remember Vince and the golden egg and the fucking egg, and it's worth $100 million, whatever the case.
Guess where I had someone stick this egg?
Well, hold on now, cowboy. You may be tipping it off again.
Oh no.
Because recently, former rap mogul and current inmate Suge Knight was interviewed about the whole Sean P. Diddy Combs allegations. I've included a link to an article in the actual interview below. In the interview, Knight pulls no punches. He stated that part of the Diddy freak-off modus operandi was to introduce new male members to the scene by inserting a boiled egg up the man's rectum. If the egg broke, it meant that the individual wasn't ready. I guess this means that their anuses weren't wide enough to be able to accept the many, many schlongs that such a freak-off would entail. This was seen as a sort of initiation into the fraternity of male celebrities. And as I understand it, this sort of behavior is widespread among NBA players as well, a sort of hazing. Now, first of all, I don't want anybody fucking tweeting me about, oh, goddamn, fucking wrestling people are sadists and horrible perverts because they used to like to fucking goose people that were goosey when they caught them bent over in the locker room. If that's the NBA, but next to this...
One doesn't excuse the other.
Well, goddamn, let's priorities here. We're not doing a goddamn Denny's Grand Slam breakfast up somebody's ass in the fucking Omni.
And for the record, I've never heard this about the NBA, so this is news to me.
Well, you're a baseball guy.
I've never heard this about baseball or any organized sports on a major league level that they
didn't say
regularly stick eggs up the other's ass to get them prepared for...
Them sissy baseball players couldn't take a good hard-boiled egg up the ass, I'll tell you that. But nevertheless, let's get back to Diddy Daddy or Puffy Piffy or whatever. So this is what Suge Knight is saying about Daddy Diddy. And Rob continues, Suge Knight is in prison for life. I don't think he'd make any of this up. Also recently, a picture of Diddy and Russell Brand. Do you know this you know Russell Brand?
Oh my God,
right?
He was trending this morning because now he's been, I guess, canceled by the left. And then the right also think because of some of his past shit that he's not all there. So he has to go for the fringe people. He's now selling amulets. Amulets that protect you from the internet.
No, you know what it is? It's an omelet amulet.
It was fucking trending this morning. I'm not even making it up. He's selling amulets.
And that's Russell Brand is, I don't care if he's left, right, in the middle, center, up, down. Nobody deserves having to suffer his presence or hear the voice or look at that fucking face, right? But Rob says a picture of Diddy and Russell Brand, a known Diddy partygoer back in the day, surfaced online showing Brand and Diddy at a movie premiere from 2012, and the picture is included here. What is odd about this is that Brand showed up with an egg. No context was given. The picture is included for your review. Brand is holding a random egg up without any context. There he is with Diddy Daddy. And he's like presenting the egg to the camera, and he's got a smile a mile wide, and he's got a hard-boiled egg at a movie premiere.
A regular size hard-boiled egg, not a giant gold egg.
No, it's a real egg. I think it's a brown egg because he's got a white suit on and it's darker than that. So I think it's one of those brown organic eggs, if that has any meaning for the people in the know. But anyway, Rob finishes up. When you consider everything now, given what has come to light, I have a hard time believing that showing up to a party with Diddy holding an egg was complete happenstance. Probably an inside joke, something the Hollywood insider types of these freak-offs would get, but nobody else would. What Brand is saying in this picture is, my tender English arsehole is ready for this scene. So he poses the question, could it be that the Vince egg angle was simply just another big inside joke meant to pop this world of rich, sexually perverse sociopaths who are wise to the egg game? What do you think, Brian?
This is the first I'm hearing of the egg game, so I don't think that's likely at all.
Well, see, you haven't been invited to play because you're not a billionaire yet. You know, you've got many millions, but you're not a billionaire, so you haven't been invited to play.
Russell Brand's not a billionaire.
Well, but he's got a tender English arsehole.
This is ridiculous.
See?
Ridiculous. Puffy got accused of a whole bunch of shit yesterday because there's a lawyer who said that he's representing like over 120 people who have claims against Puffy. So you hear that, you're like, wow, what's this going to be? Yesterday, like the first 6 lawsuits dropped. They're each going to sue him individually. And it was women and men, adults, and people who were teens at the time, from like the late 90s until a few years ago. Just multiple stories that are nuts. I mean, this guy's, I say this guy's fucked. He deserves to get everything he's about to get. I heard some shit back in the day, but nothing like all this.
Well, maybe he was like Vince. Did he go public? Did he sell stock in himself?
And Suge Knight hates him, obviously. There's the long history there. But he also...
I haven't actually been following their...
Oh, yeah. Suge Knight ran Death Row Records. Death Row...
Well, I have a working knowledge of that he was the record guy that killed a guy or whatever and ran over some guy in a parking lot. I don't know each individual person's who's on whose side here and all these things.
Yeah, well, I was trying to say that. Suge Knight ran
Well,
Death
yes,
Row
I know
Records.
you. I'm just saying you don't have to give me his goddamn whole fucking biography. I know who Suge Knight is.
The feud between him and Puffy goes back to like the 90s, and it was very public. Remember, he was with Tupac when Tupac got killed, and then Biggie got killed right after that. It was Puffy's number one earner. And then Puffy used that to make himself a star. And there's always been stories that, you know, I think they're investigating him now for any possible involvement in any of those shootings. So this guy's been a bad guy for a long time.
Who killed Biggie and Batty and Puffy and Daddy and Shuggy? That should be the title of a goddamn mystery movie. But then here's another thing. Why would the egg have to be boiled? Because wouldn't it? Now think about this, Brian. That's why I'm discounting this story. I don't believe this story. I think it's just one of these made up internet things, because it would be the opposite. You wouldn't want the guy to be able to withstand the hard-boiled egg. You would want to put a regular egg in it, because then if it cracks, then you know that it would be like stirring a rain barrel with a soup spoon or not. See, the thing, you'd want the tighter orifice instead of the looser orifice, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I don't know. This segment's all you and your fascination with assholes. I'm out of this one.
Well, no, I'm not fascinated. I'm just trying to, with logic and common sense, deduce some type of fact from fiction about these rumors.
Have fun. You went through the emails, and this is the email you chose. And
well, there was a picture there, documentation to prove that everything he was saying was true. Here's one time, so we're in Memphis. Me and Jimmy Hart have an interview on Channel 5. It's just for the live Channel 5 audience. It's not going on the tape. We're at the end of the show, and it's where my hair is at stake in the match between our super team. Jimmy had been managing Bobby Eaton, and I'd been managing Duke Myers, so we put them together, Eaton and Myers, the super team, with Hart and Cornette, against the Fabulous, because they needed somebody to work with the Fabs for 3 weeks. And that was the way, by the way, the Fabs beat us in my last match before they sent me to Georgia that summer. But anyway, nevertheless, my hair is at stake. And so on the promo for it, for that Monday night on TV Saturday morning, I come out there with an egg. And I'm saying, we're going to shave you fabulous ones as bald as this egg, and then we're going to crush you. And I'm going to crush the egg on the promo there to make my point, right? Are you with me, Brian?
So far.
Have you ever taken just a regular egg in your hand and tried to squeeze it and break it?
No, actually, I haven't.
And I would bet that most people had. I hadn't up until that point in time. And it was on live TV in front of 350,000 people in the Memphis metropolitan area when I discovered that it's harder than you would think. Because then we're going to crush you. And I start squeezing that egg, and I'm squeezing harder and harder, and it ain't breaking. The thing is, whenever you crack an egg, what do? You tap it on the side, you crack the shell, and then boom. But that's a completely different thing physiologically or whatever as pressure on the egg, right? And the egg has kind of an ergonomic design. So I'm squeezing his fucking egg, and it's become apparent to Jimmy that, because Jimmy starts cheering me on, crush it, get it, Cork, get it. And I'm squeezing, and now Lance is rolling his eyes, and it worked out even better than if I'd have planned it this way, because the people at home are thinking, my God, that fucking pussy, he can't even crush an egg. And finally I squeezed it, and it popped out through my fingers, and all the yolk got all over Lance's pants. And I said, in there, and I threw it down like I'd done something in it, like I'd torn the phone book in half, right? Oh, fuck. It's one of those live TV things. What was I talking about?
What did Lance say to you when you got the yolk on his leg?
Oh, remember when they turned a whole 10-pound bag of flour over his head? He didn't
know that was coming, did he?
No, he didn't. But, he got hot at that. But, this was like occupational hazard. Lance was too nice and besides the money I was making and the money he was making, he wasn't going to say, hey, give me $20, clean my pants. But don't try to squeeze the egg. Crack it. Now, you think there's going to be a lot of people in the audience now going to the refrigerator and trying to squeeze an egg to see. It might be easier now. These chickens, they're not as tough as manly as they used to be. They probably lay thinner eggs now. Well, since this bit laid an egg, I'd like to remind everybody that the holiday sale is ongoing at JimCornette.com. The final variant of the action figures is on sale. The Thank You, Fuck You, Bye t-shirts are back. All of our favorite merchandise and material. And, Brian, Hotchkiss Featherbottom has come up with an incredible array of these marketing ideas. He invented the email blast. He's invented the sale. And now we're combining the two things that he has originated into one as a way to save people even more money for the Christmas season. Are you ready for this?
No.
You're supposed to say yes. He has come up with the idea to have email blasts about a sale. And here's what we're going to do. Right now, if you go to JimCornette.com, if you're already a Cornette's Collectibles customer, we got you in the system. But if you want to sign up, you go to JimCornette.com and go down to the bottom of the home page, and it says sign up for newsletter. And you put your email address in there. It doesn't cost you anything. And you will get the email blasts that we send out every week in the month of November, when each week one item from JimCornette.com will be on sale at a deep discount up to half price. And you folks will be the ones to be notified about it so that you can determine whether or not that you would like to add that item to your collection of fine, fine, fine things that you love. Autographed by me. Can you imagine? Again, he's a marketing genius, Brian.
I mean, no, but he's a genius at convincing you of this crap.
Well, I mean, look at these revolutionary ideas he comes up with. He ought to be working for
Seth Rollins, the same amount of revolution got going on over there.
Well, no, I'm afraid that they're going to steal Hotchkiss away at some big retailer like Sears and Roebuck or J.C. Penney.
Really?
Maybe even Stewart's Dry Goods.
I just saw an article, the last Kmart in America is closing.
Can Walmart follow?
Have you been in a Walmart? Do you know how awful it is?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Can Walmart follow and close all their stores? Because
probably not. They got all the Kmart business.
If there are 4,000 Walmart stores, there are only 3,800 Walmart employees. Because all I see when I go in there are fucking customers. There's never anybody, hey, where in this goddamn 40-acre grain silo do you have the chickpeas? It's annoying. I don't like to. Besides that, the Walton family has enough money. We can't trust these billionaires with any more money. Shop at your local mom and pop stores and give mom the money and take the bag from pop and be on your way.
All right, well, let's be on our way. It's your show.
Okay, well, in that case, let's talk about SmackDown. You want to?
Oh, no. Okay.
Well, just to get it over with. No, the October 11th SmackDown from Greenville, South Carolina, not the Memorial Auditorium. They tore that place down. And again, I got to be honest with you. It's like they know they don't really need to try. I'm going through my notes here. They don't really need to try, so they just kind of put it out there and it moves at a glacial pace. But they're selling out and they're setting records and everybody's over. It's a tolerant society today in America, Brian.
Well, at WWE shows it is.
Well, these must be all the most tolerant people then, because I'll tell you.
With money.
And especially at the ticket prices. Good Lord, to spend this much money to get in one of these shows, general admission used to get you 2 strippers from the Mouse's ear all night long. It's amazing how inflation affects the most bizarre things.
Okay. I don't know what you want me to say to that. Let's go from the Mouse's ear to the horse's bottom. SmackDown.
To Greenville, South Carolina. They did the Bad Blood recap, and here came Jimmy Uso to do an in-ring promo, and they chant Uso, Uso, and welcome back, welcome back. And I got to be honest with you, I think Jimmy's a better promo than Jay now, because Jay's got the yeet thing, I know, but god damn, it's hard to follow anything with all the yeeting. But he told a story very simply. 6 months on the shelf, I was put there by my little brother Solo, and I'm going to kick his ass tonight. And he's got personality, and he got the points across, and he was more economical with the time than some of the other folks are. But then when he says that, Roman Reigns' music plays. And he gets a big pop, and slow walk, and big milk. And I liked the segment here, because Roman as a babyface is still being Roman, but he's changing things up. He recognizes or acknowledges other people. They did the little interplay where Roman holds his hand out and Jimmy hands him the mic. But then later on, Jimmy holds his hand out and Roman just slapped it and continued on. They're family. But he asked the people to acknowledge, instead of acknowledging me, join me, acknowledge him, Big Jim. So now, is he going to be Big Jim Uso now? Hopefully not.
Can't be. No way.
And a Big Jim Wilson would probably still fucking sue him for something like that. But anyway, Roman tells Jimmy, I'm not an older brother. I'm not a wise man, but I'm a tribal chief. I take what's mine, and I don't like where we're at right now. We had it all. We had the money, the power, the respect, the titles, and now it's all out of our control. So I want everybody to know that the goats are here, that we are the ones. And Jimmy said, yeah, but we're not, though. And then the fans chant, yes, you are. Yes, you are. Now the fans chanting are arguing with the... I mean, it's like these people are trained and they've got a script when they walk in the door. They're watching so closely and they're paying attention to everything. They know what to chant before they know what's going on. Anyway, Jimmy said, I see a chief with no tribe, no ulafala. And I came back because you needed me and we need help. And I know one person that we can get help from. And the people are yeet, yeet, yeet. And Roman's no yeet. And I can't believe I'm saying these words. And Jimmy say, hey, you're my tribal chief, but I'm the only one in the family that still acknowledges you. And he walks out and leaves Roman thinking. So, I mean, if you take out the entrances and the fans chanting and singing along, there's like 3 or 4 minutes of content here, maybe. But they get a 20-minute segment out of it because everybody's so fucking over and so interested. And that was the open.
It really doesn't give you that much, just a little bit, and they've kind of mastered giving you a little bit, and it's enough until you know something else will happen on the show. That's the bloodline. That's really the bloodline revolution in terms of the WWE show, just the pacing of how long it takes to get from one point to another.
And you think that should they call it SmackDown now, or should they call it just the tip? We're just a little bit in there.
I'll tell you, the secret is the 2 hours. I watched Raw this past week. 2 hours, so much more tolerable.
Yes. You're willing to give, something a halfway decent chance if you know that it's not going to take longer than the director's cut of Intolerance, like the pay-per-view we have to talk about. But anyway, and then on SmackDown, there was a LA Knight U.S. title versus Carmelo Hayes. I'm sure it was fine when they give LA Knight somebody on top to work with, but this was a title match and a good win for LA Knight. And I swear to God, they're getting me interested in this thing with Owens and Cody. Because at first, maybe it's the bait and switch. Here came Jakara Jackson and Lash Legend to make their entrance, and suddenly Kevin Owens rolled in the ring from the other side and interrupted and had a microphone. I'm sorry to interrupt. I was told not to come here tonight. People are asking why I turned on Cody Rhodes. And I know all the wrestling fans know, but does anybody when friends have a fight or an argument or a disagreement or whatever, one stabs the other in the back in public, just in normal society, does anybody say so-and-so turned on me? You're thinking about it.
No, I've never heard that. I've never heard anyone use turning on in regular conversation.
I mean, it used to be locker room. Yeah, we're going to have so-and-so turn on so-and-so. And then everybody in the wrestling bubble got smart. But anyway, it just struck me there. I'm like, fuck, I get, he's preaching to the choir here, but wouldn't it have been more natural? People are asking why I, fucking stabbed Cody in the back. Something like that everybody would, anyway. But then Cody, that's when the agents came out and they cut his microphone, which was good because if it was a shoot, they would have. So he rolled out to the desk and grabbed the headset off of what's he, and said, Cody Rhodes turned on me. People think I'm the one in the wrong for this. And again, he said, Cody Rhodes stabbed me in the back or whatever. But nevertheless, so here comes Cody taking his jacket off, and Owens rolls in the ring, and the agents and security get in between them. And here comes Orton out. He's trying to hold Cody. He's trying to get in front of Owens. And then as he's got Owens from behind, like, come on, Owens elbowed Orton, bam, in the face. And he sold that, and he spun Owens around and bugging, boom, and nailed him. And down went Owens, and the people started chanting Randy. And then Owens stared at Orton, and he rolled out and left kind of like shocked, and Orton was in the ring appearing contrite. So I like the way they're doing this, where you haven't actually even seen the footage of the parking lot thing unless you were on social media, but now that they've talked about it, I would think anybody that is interested would have seen it. And they're still trying to keep the idea that this is unauthorized, that they're not promoting it. And it's a different approach for once.
Yeah, I think the Cody Owen stuff is interesting, and I think this episode specifically made it a whole lot more interesting.
And the thing is, with Orton, because I said I didn't think they would turn Owens on Cody because I thought it might take the bloom off the rose when they did it with Orton eventually. But now with Orton kind of being sucked into this and getting pickled in the face or whatever, it might give him more ammunition when he finally does, and that's a WrestleMania main event or SummerSlam or whatever, the big show it may be, where he's like, look, I even tried to help you with fucking Owens, and all I got for it was punched in the fucking face or whatever. So let's see where it's going, but at least it's more interesting than if Owens had just come out there and kicked him in the balls on television. We've kind of seen that a lot here in well, not just from Owens, but from everybody. Anyway, then unfortunately, they still had Lash and Jakara against Bianca and Jade. And I think Bianca and Jade won. And, but in the back, they had Aldis talking to Orton and Cody. And Orton's telling Cody, get on the bus, forget about us, put the blame on me. No, he said, get on the bus. I'm going to talk to Owens. I'll straighten this out. And Aldis had the great line, Randy Orton, the voice of reason. Who'd have thought? The level-headed one in all this. All righty. Now we came to the 9 o'clock hour. Yes, that's all that was in the first hour, pretty much. And then we had the entrance of the refrigerator, the women's champion, Nia Jax, and Tiffy Stratton. And there were more guest stars in this than in that's Entertainment Part 2. They're getting all these women mad at each other. Brian, can you keep track of who's on whose side here now and who we're supposed to be cheering for?
Yeah, I don't think it's that confusing.
Well, but see, now it's going to be heel versus heel because it's going to be Liv versus Fridge at Crown Jewel, and Liv has Raquel, but the Fridge has Tiffy, but they're all heels, but Rhea is mad at Liv and is going to have to go through Raquel to get to Liv. And that means that Rhea is probably going to be on the wrong side of Tiffy and Fridge and blah, blah, blah. And basically what we had here was the Fridge says she's going to annihilate Liv at Crown Jewel, and then Tiffany can cash in on her. And then Naomi came out and started cutting a promo. I don't know why. I didn't pay attention. And then Liv and Raquel and Dominic came out and cut more promo. And then they went to the break and they came back with the refrigerator against Naomi, where Liv interfered and Naomi won. And then Rhea came out and leveled Raquel and booted Nia and got on Liv and chased Dominic. And that 30 seconds was the best part of it, but it was preceded by that whole thing was 20 minutes long from start to finish by the time they went through the break and everything. We should have the Helix Sleep commercial here, shouldn't we?
That was a thought.
Am I keeping you up?
There's nothing to say. I don't know what to say about any of this that you're saying.
I don't know what to say about what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, that was a segment. I mean, there's nothing to really critique one way or the other about it.
Yeah, but anyway, so in the back, where all the action happens, that's where it all hangs out. The Street Profits and Gargano and Sameface were arguing amongst themselves with Nick Aldis suffering their presence when suddenly he sees a commotion and he runs over and calls for security. We need security now, now. Owens is kicking a shit out of Owen in the parking lot. Or Owens is kicking the shit out of Orton. Owens and Orton. And Owens is the one that is kicking the shit out of Orton, and Orton is the one who is having the shit kicked out of him. And then all the security runs out. They must employ every indie wrestler in the United States as security. And Orton is down, and Owens has taken off for higher ground. And so You just know that Orton's going to have to do something about that, don't you?
Well, we shall see. I mean, this is Owens' goodbye to the company. I guess he's going to, eventually, I guess Orton and Cody both have to get their comeuppance.
Hey, well, yeah.
Or have to give him his comeuppance, I guess.
Which one gets to beat him up first now? That's going to be interesting. And then what if he gets him over a barrel where he's got heat on the champion and one of the other top guys, and they got to give him $10 million to stay, and it'd be an updated version of Jeff Jarrett holding Vince up at SummerSlam.
I don't think it would be $10 million. It'd probably be I think it would probably be in like the $6 million range.
Well, per year or in aggregate now?
Per year. If you want to deal with what Tony's going to be offering, I'd say you have to start in the $6 million range.
Boy, I tell you what.
For an Owens, yeah, without question.
And if Kevin Owens does go to AEW, then I believe we will finally see the institutionalization of Tony Khan. Because we've established that didn't Uncle Dave say he works 19-hour days, and he's doing the football, and he's doing the fucking wrestling, and he's doing the statistics, and he's just the belle of the ball. As much time as Kevin Owens takes up of the booker or the office in general's time to listen to his long, drawn-out complaints, ideas, pitches, statements on the way things ought to be, whatever the fuck, it will put Tony Khan over the edge. Anyway, and then we were at the main event. Solo, the little brother versus Jimmy Uso, the big brother. Of course, the various Tongas, and Jacob Fatu were in Solo's corner, and they even showed the video of last April when Solo put Jimmy out of action in case we missed it, to bring us up to date in some kind of coherent way. And then they have the match. Brian, this was like the old fucking routine on the I Love Lucy show when she was dressed up as Harpo Marx and they did the mirror bit. Because both of these guys, they're brothers, and they're both trying to work like all the other Samoans, and every single Samoan is doing those open-handed punches like that we can't see that they're open hands. And even Jacob is doing it. And it drives me to distraction. But this was like a guy working with himself. Both of them work kind of the same way, and they're sloppy in the same ways. So the story carried this. It was not what one would call an accomplished technical masterpiece. Did you get that opinion?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think of either guy as a technical wizard in there, and I think for either of the Usos, it's all about the emotion more than the actual work in the match, or whatever you want to call it, and maybe the same for Solo.
I just hope Jacob doesn't get in too many more of these bad habits because, anyway, Jimmy Uso made the big comeback, nailed Fatu, nailed Tonga. Samoan dropped Solo and got a 2 count. And then he went up to the top and Jacob crotched him. And Solo hit the spike 1, 2, 3. So I was like, well, fuck, that was fairly succinct. But then the heels got on Jimmy and Roman's music played and Roman came out and nailed everybody. And then he got in the fight with Solo where Fatu could come from behind. And Fatu beat up Roman Reigns and moonsaulted Uso. And Solo spiked Roman. And the heels carried the day there. So again, poor old Roman and poor old Jimmy there were outnumbered. So they got to get more blood. They got to get Jay back, whether Roman wants to yeet or not. And they got to get some more bloodline.
Well, that was SmackDown.
Survivor Series is coming up, isn't it?
With Raw being 2 hours, Raw's taken over as the better show, I think.
Yeah, well, because of the in some cases, the talent involved, and in some cases, that they're not yeeting as much. I don't know.
Right now at the present time, I'm curious where everything's going to go with the Bloodline stuff, but I'm more into the Liv Rhea Ripley feud, actually.
I just want to, see what's going to go on with this double champion thing in Saudi Arabia. With Cody and Gunther, I hope they do something that, and they probably will, that doesn't hurt either guy, but that's going to be intriguing. And I'm thinking that might be the best match too, because you got Gunther and you got Cody. Cody can sell and Gunther can kick the shit out of people. And when is Survivor Series?
That's a good question, because I think AEW Full Gear is the 23rd, I want to say, and that's...
But the Saudi Arabia is November 2nd. Is there a weekend in the month that is not of November? It's not going to have a big pay-per-view?
Saturday, November 30th, 2024, 6:30 p.m.
Oh, Christ. So we shouldn't make any plans on the 2nd or the 23rd or the 30th to wash our hair or anything.
You think a wrestling pay-per-view could work nowadays on a actual Thanksgiving? I mean, Survivor Series originally was on Thanksgiving opposite Starrcade. That's why it was created.
Yeah.
And then it was the Thanksgiving night tradition for a few years, and then they just moved it off Thanksgiving. There's obviously a reason for that. Do you think it would work nowadays if there was any kind of... And again, pay-per-view's a different animal.
Well, yeah, you don't even need to pay-per-view it. Will people watch Peacock on Thanksgiving? That is all do people need to know, if they'll watch Peacock on Thanksgiving. But then you got to get all the guys to work on Thanksgiving. And it's been...
Yeah, you know what? That is the difference. Yeah, you're right.
Everybody in the wrestling business wanted to, above every other day of the year, wanted to work 2 days of the year, Thanksgiving Day and Christmas Day, because that was going to be, in most territories, the biggest. It wasn't really in Tennessee because they were a weekly territory and never established it. But in most territories, that was your biggest days of your biggest weekends or your biggest weeks of the year. And everybody wanted the payoff. But that's when you lived in the territory. And if you were in Charlotte, you were an hour and a half from Greensboro. Or if you lived in Atlanta, you were there. Or if you were in Florida, you lived in driving distance or any other territory pretty much. Now it would be flying people in from all over the goddamn country on Christmas Day, which probably wouldn't be popular with the young folks these days.
What if you did I was going to say, they're making so much money now, you can't even... I was going to say, what if you give them a bonus? It would have to be a big bonus to make it worth it.
What are you going to hear? Here's a house. Just work an extra day this year. Work one holiday. I'll buy you a house. What the fuck? I ate Christmas dinner, I think it was 3 years in a row, at the same Waffle House off of I-85 in South Carolina, because we were on the way from Greenville, South Carolina in the afternoon to the Omni that night. 2 shows on Christmas Day. Anyhow, but now, with all the information getting out, Brian, it wouldn't be a secret. This wouldn't be a revelation what I'm telling you, because back then we had to stop and call people on payphones is what we had to do. Had to get the change out, had to put it in, had to know the number, had to dial it, and somebody had to answer. There weren't even answering machines. But now you've got all these 5G networks and these incredible premium wireless plans where you can just text people and call them and leave them voicemails and send them smoke signals and whatever you need to do. People know instantly. It's a space age technology that has revolutionized the world. And you know who gonna? You know who's gonna give you the cheapest premium wireless phone plan in the good old United States of America with unlimited talk and text and high-speed data and voicemail and everything on the nation's largest 5G network? You know who that is, Brian?
Who's that?
Mint Mobile.
I knew it.
Well, then why didn't you say it?
Well, I didn't know if you knew it.
Well, I wouldn't. If I didn't know it, I wouldn't be asking you.
Thought it was the old switcheroo you were trying to get me.
Well, no, I'm not trying to pull a swerve here, folks, and neither are Mint Mobile. They're not going to say, give us $15 a month now, and as soon as you give it to them, say, now we need some more. Got a nice phone there. It'd be a shame if anything happened to it. No, they're not going to do that because Mint Mobile are honest people. They're the salt of the earth. They're good Christian athletes. And the movie star, Ryan Reynolds, he personally hired every single employee. And as a matter of fact, he still works the 3 to 11 shift on Monday through Thursday. And so they're good people. They're not going to swerve you around. When they say $15 a month, it's $15 a month if you get your brand new 3-month plan. And that's going to be a total of $45 because, well, you can do the math. So anyway, you can use your own phone. You can bring your own phone number. Hell, bring somebody else's phone number.
Bring your own phone number.
Well, if you got somebody else's, then you got somebody to call, and you can just call back and forth with these people.
That's not how it works. Certainly not how it works.
And if you see any phone numbers written on telephone booths, if they still exist, then that means that those phone numbers are just up for grabs, so you can ask for that one.
I won't even disagree with that because good luck finding a telephone booth.
You know, I found one in England when we went over there several years ago, but I opened the door and it smelled like a urinal. So, folks, again, don't go into urinals on public streets. Ditch your overpriced wireless plan. Go to Mint Mobile and use a phone that's been in your pocket, and then all it's going to smell like is your farts. Go right now to mintmobile.com/JCE and cut your wireless bill to $15 a month when you get the new 3-month premium wireless plan, mintmobile.com/JCE. And that $45 upfront payment is required, but it's equivalent to $15 a month. New customers on the first 3-month plan only. None of you repeaters out there. Speed slower above 40 GB on the unlimited plan. Additional taxes, fees, and restrictions apply. See mintmobile.com for all the details.
That's right. Mint Mobile. A great way to call whoever you want with your own number. mintmobile.com/JCE.
Some people, you have their number as soon as they walk in the door. All righty, well, we're not going to need to use the phone for this because we can discuss it right here amongst us right now. Apparently, disaster has struck. AEW is down a member of the multi-person creative input committee or whatever they call their goddamn writing staff over there. Apparently, poor old Jimmy Jacobs has said, I'm burnt out. I need to get away from this. Or am I overstating this case? Or what are the facts as we know them, Brian?
Well, there are very little actual facts, I guess, that are firmly out there other than Jimmy Jacobs.
How many factual acts are there?
In AEW, I don't know. But Jimmy Jacobs has left AEW. Jimmy Jacobs, we had heard, was basically Tony Khan's right-hand man. He went everywhere with Tony.
No wonder he was burnt out.
Bryan Danielson was the one who recommended him. And Jimmy Jacobs is someone who a lot of people have looked at as maybe not one of the people that would help with creative problems, but maybe someone who his creative input may go a different way than the way other people would think about things.
Well, but who are those other people thinking about those things? Because what I heard on the interweb, so it must be true, was that, well, Jimmy Jacobs was somebody who didn't see them pushing Daniel Garcia at the level they were pushing him at. And I was like, a voice of reason, a beacon of sanity.
See, that's the problem. And there's a few things here, but specifically with the things that have come out, and we'll talk about the list. For everything that you're like, okay, I can understand that. There's another thing you're like, oh, it's him. For instance, I have a list here. This was very public. It went around. According to the image, this was taken from a Twitter space made by the Wrestle Purist crew on Twitter Spaces.
Well, if they're purists, then they must be reporting the facts.
Jimmy Jacobs was Tony Khan's right-hand man from 2023.
It took a year for fucking Tony to break him?
Was a big reason for the rankings going away. Remember, they had the ranking system.
Yes, that never was really used for anything of importance or made a lick of sense, and pretty much it went away.
Came and went a couple times, right? Didn't it go away once and then it came back briefly?
It like fungus on a shower curtain.
Jimmy Jacobs had no idea who Kazuchika Okada was?
Say, okay, I'm sorry.
I don't believe that.
I don't believe it either. Let me just say that before we get to this list, let me say I'm not just talking about somebody that I've worked with Jimmy Jacobs, and he was in Ring of Honor when I was there. I've known him, haven't talked to him in some time. The last time I saw him was at the Hall of Fame. He was working for the WWE in 2017.
You remember why he was fired?
Because he took a picture with the Young Bucks.
With the Elite. When the Elite showed up at Raw outside, he took a picture with them.
But the point is, that I was going to make is to addressing that. Jimmy Jacobs has always been a fan of wrestling and into the wrestling business. And not only has he been on the indies for much of his career, but he did work in the WWE. He knows who, he doesn't know who, Freddie the Fornicator for fucking Poughkeepsie Championship Wrestling is maybe, but he knows who Okada is. I mean, I'm just saying that right there is a ridiculous statement.
Yeah, he worked for TNA too. I mean, he worked for TNA for a while. Yes, he was with TNA.
And Okada, well, I don't know if they were there at the same time, but Okada worked there also, remember?
But he was active in the modern business. You hear the name Okada. There's no way, it's impossible. I don't believe that.
And so, and also with Jimmy, he was a good worker, but he was another guy that wasn't blessed with size. I'm not either blessing or cursing his booking ability or ideas. I've never worked with him in a capacity where he was in the office or was booking or producing or whatever, except for, as I said, the Hall of Fame ceremony where they gave all the presenters producers. That's hard to say. And he came up to me. He said, well, can I go over your speech? I said, well, I don't have one. I showed him the 2 pages of my block printing shorthand bullet notes that I had. And he said, well, don't thank Vince. I said, well, I didn't plan on it because he didn't have anything to do with the Rock and Roll Express. But otherwise, I said, Jimmy, I won't do anything to get you in trouble. I won't say anything to get heat on you, but I don't know what I'm going to say till I go out there. And we had a nice conversation. That's the last time I've seen him. So he could be crazy as a rainbow trout in a car wash, or he could be the next coming of Eddie Graham. But I'm going to give my honest opinion when I say some of these things may not add up. But anyway, now go ahead.
And I'll just say, I was never a fan of his in Ring of Honor. He was one of those guys I never got. I never got like the universe around him, and there was certainly a milieu to the Jimmy Jacobs arc over the years, and I never got into it at all.
And it possibly maybe he's a little on the spooky entertainment side, but nevertheless, in this company, he may have been the voice of reason.
Well, back to this alleged list, there is a list, but the list of alleged things. Jimmy Jacobs was not familiar with AEW programming before coming in, nor did he like it, apparently. And this is 2019 to 2022 AEW.
Wait a minute, I've never had rutabagas. I hate them. How can both of those things be true? Either he wasn't familiar with it or he didn't like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's no other option there. But here you go, one for the negative column. Jimmy Jacobs was responsible for the Learning Tree program. He created, if not Jericho. This is the way it's worded here. He created, if not Jericho. Oh, I guess they put a period when there should be a comma. Every single Learning Tree segment was Jimmy Jacobs. And they say that he was the one, I guess the word has always been that he was the one who came up with the list for Jericho and WWE before he left with Kevin Owens.
So you're saying he's 50-50 then?
I'm saying he has a history of working with Chris Jericho on really cheesy shit, one that kind of got over with the WWE crowd of 8 years ago, and one that is brutally awful on TV right now.
I'm not poo-pooing the idea he had something to do with it, but I think a lot of I don't know if you could have talk Jericho into doing this if he wasn't wholeheartedly on board. So I think the blame should go around.
Well, Jimmy Jacobs is being blamed for Full Gear 2023.
What happened there?
The main event and how it was booked, which everyone hated.
What was it?
Hold on, let me go back to that. Full Gear 2023.
Like, what? Do these people have this committed to memory? Like they're goddamn, that we could have used them instead of the Navajo code talkers in World War II if they've got a memory like that.
Full Gear 2023, which was less than a year ago. That's crazy. November 18th, 2023. The main event was MJF defeating Jay White.
Good Lord. Well, I mean, the result is, obviously the only thing they could do, but what is everybody upset about? Just that they had that fucking stinky match in the first place?
Well, again, if he's responsible for the main event and how it was booked, which everyone hates, does that mean the weeks leading up to it where Jay White actually pinned MJF on TV, which made no sense?
Forgot about that.
I don't know. Again, we don't know exactly what this means, but here's another one for your column. Jimmy Jacobs did not want to push Daniel Garcia. Found it laughable when it came to pushing Daniel Garcia.
I mean, well, there again, can't argue with that.
And he's 5'7", so I would listen to him.
Well, and with Garcia, it's not even just about size. It's just about, boom, he's a lump of cold clay.
Jimmy Jacobs was opposed to having Takeshita win the ladder match for the TNT title.
Who'd he beat?
Did he win that match?
I don't know.
I don't remember the match. When was the match?
I don't know. These are horrible offenses. Nobody.
Yeah.
I expect to hear Jimmy Jacobs was the one that thought it was a good idea to burn a motherfucker's house down. Jimmy Jacobs was the one that thought it was a good idea to stick a fucking hypodermic needle in somebody's face. That's grounds for get this motherfucker out of here. But so far, I haven't seen any or heard anything that rates more than a stern tongue lashing at best.
Other grounds may be turning Chris Jericho into a tree. But let me go back to this list here. According to the people that posted this, they were comparing Jimmy Jacobs leaving to Vince leaving.
What?
Creative-wise.
What? Okay. Was it not long ago that Tony Khan said, we got about, I think was the number bandied about 27. We got a lot of people that have input in the various things creatively. And it was a high number. They hired Alexandra Pepperday. They hired Will Wheaton.
Will Washington.
Whatever. They've already got all of the other producers or agents or whatever that they've signed, that whether or not they have any power is suspect, because you would think that some of these people would try to throw their bodies in front of some of the things that are presented on television. But Tony's, and then the top guys and even the medium guys. So all these people, when you've got that, you've got chaos. You have a bunch of people giving ideas, but Tony Khan, famous for the quote, at least on the phone with me, nobody's going to write my television but me. Tony Khan is the Vince McMahon of that world. I'm sorry, I threw up a little in my mouth saying that, but he's got the final say. And if he's writing a lot of the TV, or elsewise we wouldn't be seeing hologram. But even if it's not his idea, he has to put it in. What do people think happens? Do they think, it's like a W.C. Fields or a Mae West movie where the script says next 6 pages to be supplied by fucking Jimmy Jacobs, and they just let him do whatever he wants with whoever he wants? Here's the problem with multiple people giving ideas. It doesn't create discussion. It creates arguments and goddamn confusion. I've booked by myself. I've booked with a handful of people, and I've been a part of bigger booking committees. And the more people you put in, the more opinions you put in, the more ideas you put in, and the more conflicting ideologies you put in, the more difficult it is to get anything through in an unobstructed fashion, which is why many times the most artistic motion pictures are directed by, written by, and starred in a certain fucking guy, because it's all one vision and at least it makes sense from start to finish. Whereas by the time you open it up, when it was me and Kevin Sullivan working with Ric Flair, we were three different people with three different ideas about a lot of things in wrestling, but the same concept and a mutual fucking understanding of what the actual goddamn business is in general. But then when you added Jim Ross, well, there's another opinion. Maybe he liked different guys. He was in the office more, so he was also listening to Jim Herd and trying to please him. But then you add Jody Hamilton, and then you put Ole in there, or Terry Funk, and then Jim Barnett, and then Herd's going to be Herd. And then nothing gets done because everybody has a different way to do it. The more people, what happens when, Brian, you're a wrestler on the roster and you're up far enough on the card that you believe you can go and tell Tony, hey, I think we ought to do this.
Well, there's your first problem.
Well, but I'm just saying. And then you've come up with this goddamn, because I've had guys come and pitch me these long drawn out, they've got synopsises and things typed out and week 1, week 2, and people who have submitted like they think that is writing to them, the wrestling writing. And they've got, like fucking hand gestures and emotions written out. And you want to do this idea that you're pitching to Tony with me. But Tony wants me to work with the other guy. But that other guy, he's pitching Tony an idea that he wants to work with you. If everybody's not working together, if they're working independently, then they've all got ideas for who they want to work with, and there's a bunch of overlap. And then, even if you get your program with so-and-so, if he's just come off a program where he was beaten like a government mule and made to look like a piece of shit, then your program may be great, but you're doing it with a piece of shit. And again, you need one guy at the top administering all of this, and if he gets a number of ideas from competent, level-headed, experienced people, that's great. But if he gets dozens of ideas, not only from writers, but from wrestlers that want to be involved with this, that, and the other guy, then you've got a fucking mess. Then if this guy's working against that guy, the other guy that wanted to work with this guy is going to want to interject himself in there, or elsewise he'll look weak, and it just becomes chaos. So to blame Jimmy Jacobs or any other individual for the gangbang of a booking scenario here, a gangbang of a booking team that Tony has assembled underneath him, is ridiculous. Yeah, that not only can one guy leaving not make a major change in that creative unless it's Tony Khan, they could fill up a fucking minivan and run it off a bridge and it wouldn't make a discernible difference.
Yeah, you see, and that could all be true with Jimmy Jacobs also being guilty of having bad ideas.
Yes.
And Jimmy Jacobs was traveling with Tony. I mean, there's one of the rumors going around, I'll get back to the end of this list, one of the rumors going around, and I don't believe it just because he was traveling with Tony. One of the rumors is, the reason it happened so abruptly is he's on the no-fly list. He had some sort of incident on a plane where he yelled at someone, and now he can't
Was
fly.
he the one doing the yelling?
Maybe so. But again, I thought he was flying with Tony Khan, so that would, I don't know if the no-fly list applies to private.
No, if you own your own plane, you can transport the fucking embalmed corpse of Adolf Hitler around if you want to.
Oh no, I think that's smuggling and a whole bunch of other problems there too, but it depends on what it is. But Again, that's just a rumor, but what you said before...
But if Jimmy Jacobs did have a bunch of bad ideas, it's still Tony Khan's fault for doing them.
It's exactly it. Tony Khan is the problem. And Tony Khan will put his foot down more with agents and people who want input on the creative more than he will any of the talent. And you made a mistake before because you said if you're a top talent and you're able to go in there and picture things to Tony, that's the problem right there. That's why I jumped in. Top talent, of course, they've always had that kind of relationship with the promoter. And in AEW, you got to figure Moxley, Danielson, MJF, maybe Ospreay, Omega when he's around. These are guys that should and do, more than likely, have direct access to Tony.
Yeah.
And can do or not do what they want. The issue is when it's not main event people. And they could just go into Tony and say, this will not make me happy. I don't want to do this. And that's where, as a booker...
I will not be amused.
As a booker and as a promoter, as the showrunner, he doesn't put his foot down. He'll put his foot down and let people know that he's running the creative. But if the talent's upset, he will change everything on the fly. So I think that's part of the issue. Jimmy Jacobs may be responsible for some bad stuff on the show, but Tony Khan is the one putting everything on the show. Tony Khan is the one who gets the blame for all the creative. But to end this list, Jim, according to this, Jimmy Jacobs was Dynamite's top writer.
Okay.
According to this, an AEW talent...
That right there is enough to get you banned from polite society, but...
According to this, an AEW talent was listening anonymously to this conversation and essentially agreed to all of it. And then a small note, the talent noted that Peppermint has never watched AEW before she came on too, but is seen as a positive force.
Oh, good Lord.
Due to her improvements for the women's division.
Oh, okay. Well, now, why didn't you just read that part first? Because if anybody thinks that not only has the women's division in AEW improved with the addition of Alexander Pepperday and her friend Mercedes Moon, doesn't that pretty much shoot holes in their credibility a mile wide?
Does improve just mean you got more TV time?
Well, that doesn't necessarily, then that wouldn't be improved. That would just be elongated.
It's not improving at all.
So who knows what to think about what these people think?
Can you imagine spending a year trailing Tony Khan? And that means, it doesn't just mean...
Only if I was working for the DEA.
It's not just going with him everywhere, it's his hours. If Tony wants to talk creative at 3 a.m, I would imagine you have to be woken up to talk to him at 3 a.m, to reinforce his ideas or try to find a gentle way to talk him down.
So Tony Khan was able to take a guy that's been a pro wrestler for 20 years and kept that schedule and burn him out in a year.
Hey, whatever happened to that Lacey? Wasn't she involved with Jimmy Jacobs?
Lacey Von Erich?
No, was she a wrestler?
Oh, the valet.
Wrestler and valet.
There was a valet of wrestling named Lacey. Yeah, that was...
Valet of wrestling, yeah.
Yes, that was the valet of wrestling. VOW. Yes, that was in Ring of Honor years ago. I don't remember any details.
What do you think about the fact that with the news of Jimmy Jacobs leaving right before the pay-per-view, that you did see so much coming out that it appears was coming from the AEW locker room in terms of complaints about him? That as soon as it happened that these started coming out, I don't know. It's weird, that kind of reaction. What do you think?
That's the thing that made me think that me and Jimmy Jacobs might get along, because if that locker room was complaining about him, he was probably saying, slow down, quit trying to fucking kill people. Why are you trying to push these miscellaneous indie characters, any of that stuff? Maybe that's what he was saying. That's why he became unpopular in the locker room. I mean, we can't tell because none of these people are really reliable or unimpeachable sources.
Jimmy Jacobs caused people to say, I miss the days where QT wrote to TV with Tony.
Yeah, again, the more I hear things like this, the more I think he was saying, "What the fuck are you crazy? Why would you want to do that?" Yeah. But I find it hard to fault Jimmy Jacobs the more that I hear about this, but I'm still open as more information comes out. We will keep the people apprised. And apparently things should look different from here on out. If it's like Vince leaving, they'll encounter a major renaissance. They'll start setting all-time gate records,
Hey,
or they won't.
On that topic, real quick, did you hear the audio that the Meltzer Says What Twitter account put out there? I don't have it handy. If you want it, I can get it, but I don't even have it handy. I thought maybe you'd heard it. Of Dave Meltzer the other night saying, I have it. I came up with the idea of what can help AEW. They got to start running Dynamite in smaller buildings.
Yes, I heard you.
What? You just came up with this? You came up with this?
He's like, you get on Hotchkiss Featherbottom, you say he tries to take credit for people's ideas. But Dave said, oh, well, they ought to run smaller buildings that seat like 2,500 and fill them up. That would be a better atmosphere. Wow, what an earth-shattering, revolutionary type of idea. If only someone had thought of it much before.
Literally every single thing, it keeps happening. Every single thing that we poked at and pointed out, and we were told that we were wrong and out of touch, you specifically, like, it takes a while, but eventually, one by one, each one of these things, Meltzer's come around, it seems like. He can't avoid it. He can't ignore it anymore.
Now he brings it out so that he can try to counterbalance it with positive stuff or explain it away or make it seem not so bad. But you can't ignore anymore that the emperor has no clothes and he's showing the world his willy.
See, that's the one thing that Dave still hasn't said, and it comes back to this Jimmy Jacobs conversation. Unless you're willing to come out and say Tony can't book and not pussyfoot around the idea that Tony can't run the company. Because you're still, like, Dave's like making excuses like, oh, he works long days and he has all these things. But then he stops short of saying he should stop doing this with AEW.
Yes.
Own it, back it, still throw all your money at it. But find someone, and I don't know who. Maybe the first person won't work, but find someone else. Even that will give you goodwill with the fans if they announce that Tony was stepping down.
Yeah, because you don't hear the warm applause and affection when Tony comes out and starts screaming wide-eyed like a maniac, like you did when he first started coming out and doing that. I think they're starting to feel a little awkward about him.
Yeah. I can't wait. You brought it up earlier. Kevin Owens, Kevin Steen. We talk about wrestlers getting access to Tony and being able to change things because they're not happy.
Oh, good Lord.
He invented that. That was he started that.
He is the poster boy, patient zero.
This could be good.
But anyway, yeah. So Tony's schedule, and that's the thing you mentioned, and then I'll throw it back to you. But Uncle Dave, he will stop short of saying, Tony, just don't do this anymore, because he knows that will create the irreparable rift rather than just, well, he's got a lot on him and he's so many demands on his time and blah, blah, blah. Only did it best when he closed down the fucking Georgia Wrestling Superstars. It was a few simple words. Don't do this anymore. What's that, Ole? Any of it. That's what they need to tell Tony. Anyway, what are you telling the people over there on the fine Arcadian Vanguard Network this week?
We're telling them lots of things, and everyone sounds better than I do here today. I sound like shit. Go through or listen to Everything Is There, all over there, on
over there,
Facebook, facebook.com/Arcadian Vanguard, and of course, Twitter @Superpodcast, the wrestling news each and every day. Get all the news, no opinion, and no conjecture, just the news.
No paywall.
Just the news, ma'am, no paywall, ma'am. TheWrestlingNews.com directly or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Want to make mention of the latest episode?
No paywall, ma'am, or sure.
Want to make mention of the latest episode of Shut Up and Wrestle with Brian Solomon, his guest, Bull James, the former Bull Dempsey in NXT. hear about that or hear from him, suawpod.com. Shut Up and Wrestle with Brian Solomon, wherever you find your favorite podcast. And here we go. The 605 Super Podcast, The Mothership! I did it. Go through the archive, 605pod.com. Be finishing some stuff soon. The Mothership.
Well, I guess the time has come, Brian, that we have got to expose ourselves and the innocent public at large to the virus that was disseminated over the weekend from Washington State. You know, these things often come from highly forested areas, and they spread across, and everybody's got a case of the wrestling OD. We got to do the wrestling Narcan thing. At some point, it's going to be necessary here in the future to. The poor guy's sitting there, he's watching this stuff, and all of a sudden he goes over, his wife gets the wrestling Narcan, does the, what was that? It was the Pulp Fiction fucking boom. Right in the chest, in the sternum area, and revives him from the wrestling overdose of how much of this shit can you fucking process with your brain intact before your wiring short circuits. And then we need to call the electrician over here, put somebody in the walls to fix the wiring.
You know what? At least this event, and I hope to God you watched some of the pre-show.
Boy.
At least this event had moments that, for me at least, I hated. I really hated the show. But I couldn't wait to hear what you were going to say and to talk to you a little bit about it, because it was a dazzling display of all things AEW.
It's like therapy. You were waiting to talk to me. We have to send, and the listeners, we're bringing the cult of Cornette in here too. If any of you saw it and you were traumatized, you got post-traumatic pay-per-view syndrome, and then sit in a circle with us and let's talk, because there's so much. My God, the Bible doesn't have this much violence and attempted murder. For heaven's sake, you don't want children to be exposed to stuff like that, do you? The Bible and AEW wrestling? There's whole goddamn peoples being wiped out here by this stuff. Are any of these people insured?
I don't even know where you're going. What's going on?
The goddamn mayhem and the ridiculous risk of injury, and whether attempted and worked or attempted in a shoot, and the people that are just inches away from just sucking soup through a straw, right? And I wonder, are any of these people insurable? And they're doing it to themselves. It's everybody gets to do what they want. Night at that romper room. That's what I've never seen anything. I can't say that the show where they set the fucking guy on fire with the flamethrower was more excessive than this. Can you?
You're right about that. No one in AEW is ever told what to do without having the opportunity to tell Tony they're not happy with it and have Tony try to make them happy and change everything. That's a real thing, and that was completely on display on this pay-per-view, which was multiple people just masturbating all over themselves on pay-per-view.
And not even people you'd really want to watch do such a thing as that. As Aunt Lola used to say, such a thing as that.
No, I mean, only Shivani seemed to enjoy watching whatever these guys are doing.
Oh, God. So anyway, you asked about the pre-show. This was the October 12th Tacoma Dome event. At least they outdrew Spokane.
But, you know, every time they said the name of the building, the Tacoma Dome, they would go just outside of Seattle, Tacoma. What? They couldn't just say Tacoma.
We've heard of Tacoma. It's and actually, are you familiar with the SeaTac airport out there, Brian? Have you been through that fine facility?
I don't think that's the airport I fly in and out of in Washington. No.
Well, that's because it's the Seattle Tacoma airport. It's right in between, hence SeaTac. They're like Minneapolis, St. Paul, but out in the goddamn great Northwest. They're very close together. So it's not a big goddamn deal either way, but Tacoma Dome sounds like Superdome or Silver Dome or Hoosier Dome Or one of these other goddamn domes.
Yeah, every time you say just outside of Seattle, it sounds like you couldn't book a building in Seattle.
Yeah, it's like we're really close to a big town.
We're almost there. We're
and
Troy, New York was almost in New York City if you watch the commercials for New York
fucking
Knockout.
hell, yeah, almost by about 2.5 hours by the time we got out of that. But nevertheless, the point is, you think Tacoma Dome. But Brian, do you have that? Do you have or can you Google the Tacoma Dome seating capacity? Not for the AEW show. But what I'm saying is they have got grandiose with their naming up there, I believe, because when you think of a dome, you're thinking a 40, 50,000 seat domed stadium of some kind. And this is, I think they're calling this a dome because the top is round.
According to Wikipedia, capacity, and it appears capacity maybe for basketball, I'm not sure, but capacity is listed as 21,000.
Okay, well, that's pretty big, but I still wouldn't think of that as a dome, would you?
No, dome is usually 50,000 seats or more in my eyes.
Well, yeah, but maybe he's just a little wannabe dome up there. But nevertheless, they didn't have 20,000 people, but they did seem like they had.
They have a dome. I'm looking at pictures. At least, I mean, there is a dome on the building. At least they have that going for them.
Does it open, or is it just over the? But we ought to put a dome over AEW. Remember that show Under the Dome?
You remember the movie Biodome?
Well, actually, but that had a resolution. Remember, I've talked about this before. The goddamn series went off the air before they found out why this invisible fucking dome was over the goddamn top of everything. But nevertheless, how many people did they have at this fiasco that sat and witnessed this?
According to WrestleTix, tickets distributed 8,045.
So boom. That is 8, 16, 12. That's 40% of a fucking house there. That's better than they've been doing.
And by the way, for the record, last year's WrestleDream at the Climate Pledge Arena in Seattle, Washington.
The Climate Pledge Arena?
6,771 tickets. So they're up.
They were up.
Just outside of Seattle. That's the secret. Don't go into Seattle.
Yeah, fucking stay. Forget. But Spokane, you can go too far because Spokane, there was 1,800 people. So you can go too far. And just like this show did. But anyway, where I was going with this was that they were in the Washington states. Therefore, they're on the West Coast time zone, Pacific time, as they say. So you can say, well, this show was 5.5 hours fucking long. But they started early out there because it was only 5 o'clock Pacific time. But that still means people had to leave their homes and go to this building and get in and get set down. And you saw when the pre-show came on, there wasn't a lot of them set down yet. But for those people, and then you got 4 more hours of show after the show until the show's, and then you got to get out of there. What the fuck? And how much of this can you look at when it's all the same flavor? How long is it going to take them to pull out a table? But nevertheless, it's an endurance test, isn't it? Even if you like wrestling, how much wrestling can you fucking watch?
WWE has kind of mastered it right now and spoiled us because it's so tolerable. The pay-per-view where you get 4 matches, 5 matches, maybe 6. And they even throw commercials in now. And it's acceptable. 15 minutes in between matches. And somehow that's more tolerable than nonstop. Let's go to the next match. This will go for 25 minutes. They're going to do everything. Next match, 2 out of 3 falls. Let's go even longer. I mean, just nonstop.
By the time they finish beating that dead horse, poor old Aubrey Ed's running around trying to find a place to hide from these dead horse beaters.
Hey, quick question. Based on the crowd size and the crowd reaction to a lot of the things on this show, or the lack of reaction, how much of this crowd do you think were there because of the idea that the local guy, Bryan Danielson, may be retiring? This may be his last match.
Well, clearly he was the the most over guy on the show and who they were invested in. And even after all of that, they may have been saving themselves earlier in the night because they were looking like, how much longer must this bullshit go on, as Dusty would say, so that they could actually still cheer for Brian without needing oxygen. But that's the thing, is in a lot of cases, this audience now is distilling down. And yes, they had more people in the building than they normally do, but this is a pay-per-view, so I would assume there was some traveling contingent to it, and the really dedicated folks that want to be there and following most everything. So they are coming to see a couple of individual personalities and then the mayhem spots. The fucking, oh shit, they've just killed themselves, or the cool, he did a triple Lindy and landed on his feet with his hands outstretched in the form of a fucking swan or whatever. I don't know. But they don't care who's doing them, because they will pop for those in any match, but otherwise the rest of the match, or many of the matches, they're sitting there, or they're looking at their phones, or they're watching it like they're waiting for the next fucking car to come down sideways down the interstate and crash into something. Otherwise, they're just watching the cars go by. So I think that's what it is. It's the individual people. They want to see Bryan Danielson. They want to see Ospreay. They want to see MJF whenever they can see MJF. And then they want to see people attempt to fucking murder themselves in something they believe is a shoot by crashing through shit that doesn't work with them. Does that make any sense?
We haven't even begun the pre-show, but yeah, that makes plenty of sense.
Anyway, speaking of the pre-show, the reason I watched the pre-show was because I heard of my old friend, and we'll get to it in a second, is going to be on it. I said, oh my gosh, I got to see what the fuck, right? So the thing is, I recorded on my cable system, which, as we've already talked about, is flawed since it's from Spectrum, but it's like 3 30-minute countdown shows before the pay-per-view on the pay-per-view channel. So you got to record each countdown show individually, but it's an hour and a half long, but they've got it listed in 30-minute increments, just countdown. Not even about what it is. So you would never know, unless you were trying to find it, that it was AEW programming. What does yours say?
Mine says nothing. Like it's almost impossible to buy the pay-per-view or order it. And I used to use Bleacher Report. That's done now. I'm not using Triller, because I hate the name to begin with. But I bought it on pay-per-view. Well, I bought it on pay-per-view, and I had to find the channel, which on Xfinity is 504. And then the two options were watch or watch and record, or purchase or purchase and record. And I did that, which recorded a 12-hour block for no good reason.
Yes, yeah. Well, but also mine, if you hit purchase and record, it won't work. You got to buy it, and then you got to go back and fucking record it separately. I found that out the hard way. Well, that's been the pre-show. No, so anyway, Renee Moxley Good hosts the pre-show along with Jeff Jarrett and RJ City. And at the top of the thing, as I'm zipping through trying to find out when they're going to start these matches, they had Muffin Top Taylor sitting out there talking. He's still employed by this organization. He's like the Wally's boring friend that got cut from the final version of Leave It to Beaver. Why do they put this fucking guy with that face on television?
I didn't see any of that. I saw the stuff with Jeff and Renee and RJ. I didn't get to see the Chuck Taylor appearance, I guess, early in the pre-show, really early in the pre-show.
Yes. Yeah, I was on fast forward, and suddenly that face jumped out at me, and I said, anyway. So they did 15 minutes of pay-per-view pitching and selling and whatever, and then they started the matches of the pre-shows. You get an hour, and the people in the building, if they were in the building, got an hour and 15 minutes of wrestling before the wrestling started. And Brian Cage wrestled Atlantis Jr., I did not do a critique on some diminutive gymnast wrestling a giant bodybuilder who imagines himself a diminutive gymnast. But they hired the fucking male models from the WWE, the ones that L.A. Knight escaped and got. What was he, Max Dupree or whatever the fuck? Did you see the male models?
I did see this. I knew they were there because we saw them on one of their other shows, and
oh, that's right.
It's interesting to me they left WWE and said, "Hey, can we find a way to keep that gimmick?" That's the last thing I would have said.
It's like jumping out of a fucking burning building and then setting yourself on fire.
LA Knight ran as far as he could from that gimmick. These guys are leaning in still. They're not even there anymore. They're leaning into the gimmick.
And the M&M collection, that sounds like a candy kiosk at the mall. What is the... But that's why I watched, because they're doing this promo, and it's a rotten fucking gimmick, right? But they brought out Rico. Did you see the big reveal on the promo?
I did. Now, did you know about this beforehand?
No.
Oh, because the way you said it was I had to watch it to see this, so I didn't know.
Well, no.
I was shocked when all of a sudden he popped up there.
When I was recording the pay-per-view, I also recorded the pre-show because you never know when somebody's going to meet their untimely end in one of these things. So I wanted to make sure I had all my bases covered. And then I heard about it afterwards, so I actually watched it. Otherwise, I wasn't going to watch unless there was at least some type of, multi-fucking alarm fire or ambulances descending or whatever.
Before you say anything, just a quick recap for fans that may be younger. Rico Constantino was a top star in OVW.
Yes.
Despite the fact that he was older and started late, had a world of talent, and WWE brought him up to the main roster and made him, was he a hairdresser? It was an effeminate manager.
He was Billy and Chuck's hairstylist.
That's what it was.
And with an homage to Adrian Street thrown in there, because he was like, well, if they want me to do it, I'm going to do it.
And when they did the big angle where Billy was going to marry Chuck.
Yes.
With Eric Bischoff as the minister wearing a disguise. Yes, this aired on TV. He was their guy. Rico was their best man, or what? I don't know what he was, but
yes, well,
that was the last time we saw him, I guess is the point.
He was the better man. Yeah, and also here was the thing, is Billy referenced it when they were doing the promo earlier this deal, or before the match, saying, you know what, I know you. You're the one that almost talked me into marrying a guy. And the people sitting there, because it's been 25 years ago, the people sitting there maybe have been going, what the fuck is going on around here?
I missed that episode of Collision.
Yeah. But nevertheless, but Rico, and he's my age, by the way, and still looks like that.
Really?
Because that was the issue when we got him in, was it late 1999, early 2000 in OVW? He was like 38 years old at that time.
He was on the very first ever episode, and maybe the pilot episode of American Gladiators.
Yes.
He was the competitor.
And he's one of like a handful of the competitors that actually they won. And that was the thing, is that we told everybody that he was like 10 years younger than he was, and they still said, oh man, he looks great for his age. He was just a genetic freak. But that was one of the knocks that Danny Davis and I even went to sit down with Stephanie at one of the Smackdowns they did here in Louisville and plead his case, because he was not only an exemplary employee and a tremendous human being, but he excelled at being a babyface. He was a gymnast. He was a bodybuilder. He was a fitness freak. He could do all the flying shit as a babyface, and then tore his ACL. When he came back, we switched him heel, and he was a great fucking heel. And he could do a promo. And his background, he had been firefighter in Las Vegas and a police officer and a firefighter slash EMT fellow. He'd been shot 3 times, stabbed twice, hit by 2 cars in the line of duty. And we said all this true shit on TV here. People fucking loved him. And they wanted to cut him. He's too old. I said, look at him. Jesus H. Christ. And then, and finally, they brought him up there and made him the ambiguously gay hairstylist for poor Billy Gunn and his partner, Chuck, what was his name? Columbo?
Chuck Palumbo.
That's not
Columbo.
Well, that's not what Peter Falk said, but anyway.
Fuck you.
But yeah, so they brought out Rico, and he's going to be the third man in the corner. So
on the pre-show with no prior announcement or any, I mean, not that it would be a big like pop for, oh my God, I got to tune in to see Rico, but just such a random thing to do.
Well, but we'll get to why it was stupid booking wise here in a second when the match comes up. But I'm sure you watched, Brian, the ladies contest on the pre-show program with Harley Cameron versus your friend and hers, Anna Jay.
I did indeed watch this match. I wanted to make sure I knew what was happening with the grappling.
What was happening with the grappling? Well, what was up with the referee shoving?
You saw that? I didn't know if you saw enough to see that. Okay.
Oh no, this went viral. My Twitter was just full of it. Where, I mean, we didn't expect this was going to be, Jack Briscoe and Dory Funk Jr. to begin with, right? But nevertheless, for those of you who didn't hear about this, I encourage you to seek out the brief clip that's on the internet. Anna Jay gives Harley Cameron some kind of, it looked nasty, a fucking backwards face plant where she threw her over her back and fucking planted her in the goddamn mat. And when she covered her, she had her wound up so fucking tight. And I've been there a couple times. One time when the principal of the Morristown, Tennessee East High School fucking covered me with his goddamn elbow in my Adam's apple. But she had her cinched up, and Harley Cameron's left shoulder was nowhere near down on the mat. So as the referee goes down to count, he reaches over and he pushes her shoulder down to the mat and then counts 1, 2, 3. I mean, we've seen some of the referee bobbles and things that, who was it that shoved the guy's leg the other week? But goddamn it, you're right there at next to a person's head. Can you not say, hey, put your fucking shoulder down? Do you have to actually visually in front of the whole place push it down to the mat? Or had he said that and she didn't know what the fuck that he was talking about?
Before you even get to the referee, based on what a wrestler is supposed to do, is this on Harley Cameron? I mean, how do you end up in that position where your shoulder is so clearly not even close to the mat that the referee has to do that?
Well, in all honesty, as I said, had she had her fucking face planted for real? Was she cognizant at that point? Was she cinched up too tight where she couldn't put it down? Well, no, because when the referee pushed it, she put it right down. So she was just probably concentrating on, okay, I lived through that thing, and now she's got my legs, and she wasn't paying attention to her shoulders. How many matches have either one of these people had? But still, you would think that you would notice something like that. But I don't.
Anna Jay looked good.
You mean her?
They should put the belt on her. No, they should put the belt on her. They should have her be the one to go over Moxley.
Oh, the men's belt.
Any belt, yeah. I think it would get people talking, get people watching, and more Anna Jay.
Maybe if she won it, but that's the only thing she was allowed to wear, is what you're saying.
No, I let her go out there like a professional. I'm not a pervert or a nudist or whatever you are over there.
It's a naturalist.
A naturalist?
Yes.
I'm willing to appreciate her work
Nature.
with clothing on, yeah.
Well, no, clothing is the work of the devil, see? We should only have things that exist in nature.
She's been in AEW a long time and she's still young. I always say it. She's one of those ones I wish WWE would be able to get her into NXT because I think she could. She seems to want to get better. And I think if she was finally in a better system, it would really happen. Harley Cameron is no hope for at all.
Boy, that's tough, isn't it? That one's tough. It's like, poor Dave Cameron.
She has nothing to do. Will you stop doing that? She has nothing to do with wrestling historian Dave Cameron.
I thought that, she's from New Zealand over there. I thought that, it's a small island.
Whenever I'm going through my files, every now and then I just find a random photo. I'm like, who is this? It's always Dave Cameron. And it's always like, wow. It's literally like Dave Cameron at George Hackenschmidt's house in England.
Yeah.
With him, with George Hackenschmidt. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yes. They were close. It could be that maybe that's why Dave didn't claim Harley, because maybe Hackenschmidt was behind it.
That must suck if you are like forget about a wrestling legend, a wrestling historian, someone who really loves wrestling, and your kid gets into wrestling and they suck. Right? How do you deal with that? Like, oh, fuck. Like, I know he's not good, or she's not good in this case for this fantasy story of wrestling Lothario Dave Cameron impregnated women.
Do you think that Leo Burke was a disappointment to Tom Burke?
No, come on now. There's no relation there. Was Tom Burke a disappointment to Mildred Burke?
Well, actually, Mildred said that Tom was the best she ever had.
Oh, stop it now.
That's why she left Billy Wolf.
You've gone too far now.
All right, we're just friends of ours, ladies and gentlemen, that we want to entertain. So anyway, the match was up then. The M&M collection with Rico, Constantino in the corner against the Acclaimed. Oh, how the Acclaimed have lost their acclaim. Now they're on the pre-show, and remember when they were hot and good and yeah.
Who are they going to bring in next to confront Billy Gunn? You think Bart Gunn's available? Like, who are they going to bring in next from 30 years ago to confront Billy Gunn? On the pre-show.
Actually, Honky Tonk. Remember? Rockabilly, Honky Tonk.
That's good, yeah.
And Honky Tonk is only, I think, 8 years older than Rico. But look, but Rico comes in, he's bigger than half the fucking roster. He's still got the fucking chest, blah, blah, blah. But boy, howdy, the problem was Rico wasn't working in the match. When he interfered, I got a little tickle out of it because, again, as I said, Rico was an exemplary human being during his time here. But, the model gimmick isn't it embarrassing even for this company? And do you think that they think that because it's so bad WWE-ish that it will get heat from this audience, not realizing that's probably not the best kind of the heat?
Yeah, this is actually literally one of the last Vince McMahon gimmicks, and now it's on AEW TV. When Vince was losing it and producing the worst television of his life and coming up with bad idea after bad idea, this was one of his ideas, and now it's on AEW TV. AEW's pre-show, excuse me.
Yeah, and
this is a selling point for the pay-per-view.
And as I mentioned earlier, they had done the promo right before they started the match where Billy Gunn got the microphone and said, "Hey, we've got our history or whatever." However, they went into it saying, "You're the one that almost talked me into marrying a guy." And there's people in the crowd that's not as old as when that happened, and it's not like that's been replayed over and over on these modern retrospectives, has it?
No, they've like run.
Is that one of the things that doesn't age well in today's environment?
The tag team that pretended they were gay so they could stage a wedding, and during the wedding, remember they announced that they weren't gay.
Yeah.
Where was it going to go if they? I mean, again, there's no good logical end to any of this.
And what they came up with was they were doing it for publicity because of something or other.
Yeah,
or the other thing.
They were doing it for publicity. I don't remember why Eric Bischoff was wearing like a wax mask as the priest. What was the reason for him hiding?
He was auditioning for the Vincent Price role in a remake of House of Wax.
Was he behind it? Was that what it was? Was Bischoff as GM or something behind?
Well, I don't know because they don't replay it anymore because every homophobic organization out there would bombard them at this point in time. When's the last time you saw any of that?
He says, "You're the reason I almost married a guy once." If you're in the crowd, you turn to the person next to you like, "What? What did I miss? How did that happen? You're the reason. What did he do?"
But you know what? Once again, maybe because they're the smartest of the smart fans, the diest of the diehards, or the hardest of the, well, I can't say that. They're the ones that'll know if anybody does, the AEW audience, right? But it got more of a than a wow type of thing going on.
Any thoughts on the match?
No. Actually, here's the thing. They all went to the floor so Rico could be in the ring and Billy could come up behind him and they have their, face off. And Rico goes for his spin kick, which he had done when he interfered earlier on one of the other guys. And Billy blocks it and gives him the boot and the fame-asser boom. And out goes Rico, and then the Acclaimed beat one of the models 1, 2, 3. But that's the thing, as I was referenced earlier, they not only debuted a new manager, I'm sure it's probably a one-off, but a new manager for this team on a pre-show of a pay-per-view that has the smallest possible audience, but then he gets laid out and they lose the match. So what the... Oh,
he sold that fame-asser good. He took it perfect and he sold it great.
Well, he's an OVW protege, trained by Danny Davis and Rip Rogers and all of the various folks that we had here at the time and overseen and managated by yours truly.
Does he live up there?
No, he went back to Las Vegas and he still went back to be, I don't think he's been an actual city policeman. I think he's in private security and blah, blah, blah. He once bodyguarded Benny Hinn.
Oh, no way.
Yes.
Did he need bodyguard? Were people trying to get the Benny Hinn?
Well, I'm sure somebody smartened up eventually, but no, because Benny Hinn moved in the big circles and needed somebody to clear, just pathways and just make sure.
So maybe this isn't a one-off. Tony is more than willing to fly people around the country to appear on the pre-show. How much is Tony going to offer Rick Martel to appear with these guys?
Maybe they could make him the king of the pre-show. Though he signs a contract to just do the pay-per-view pre-shows.
Before we move on from this real quick, if he had gone up to the main roster at the time where he did, as the Rico from OVW, what do you think his ceiling was? How far do you think he could have gone? What could he have done at that time?
Honestly, as a babyface, he was almost too nice for that era, but he was very athletic and flashy and good looking, so he worked as a territory babyface. But when he switched heel and became the role model, and we played on the fact that he was so fucking perfect and that he had done everything, it was a genetic marvel, and et cetera, and he became snotty about it. That was there was a little bit of what Kurt Angle was doing a fucking year later or whatever in that. And but it's as old as the hills in, wrestling heel presenting, is that you either accept, if a guy's horribly ugly, then play on that, or if he's too good to be true, makes that the Lex Luger, the total package, make something out of that. So I think Rico, he wasn't going to be, the WWF champion and main event pay-per-view, but I could sit here and go down a list of the people they employed over the years 2000 through 2005 and probably find 30 or 40 at least that he could have not only outperformed, but also been a better quality employee than. Just my personal opinion. Hmm?
Well, that wasn't the highlight of the
No.
pre-show.
Oh, no. Because then, Brian, I had completely forgotten where WrestleDream came from, what the meaning, the heart and soul behind WrestleDream. Well, I'd forgotten that it was all a tribute from Antonio Kanoki to Antonio Inoki. Since they did it last year, and I thought they might have the good sense to leave it alone at this point, but no, they returned this year, and Tony came out, and
He's a social moron. You know what I mean? He has no idea how to be.
But he was hopping. Well, first he was looking out at the people, and he was kind of not really hopping, but just kind of vibrating a bit back and forth. And then he began screaming. And it wasn't like that they were doing the Dominic Mysterio thing where every time he opens his mouth, they're trying to make noise and drown him out. They were already half-ass listening, right? I don't want to scream like he screamed. I can't do it. I would hurt myself.
Thank you, Tacoma! Everyone! And he's holding the mic. It's not like he's screaming with no mic.
No, he's screaming into the mic.
While these two very calm children next to him are just standing there.
Well, no, wait a minute. First, he came out first and started screaming, and then he brought them out to scream at them while not looking at them. He was neither blinking nor looking at the two people. He said the grandchildren, the grandsons of Antonio Inoki. And now I started to think, as they walk out next to him and they got the red towels around the neck, and he's giving their names, and I truthfully didn't write their first names down, not disrespecting these teenage young men. But the point is, Tony is screaming their names, but he's not looking at them, and they're 2 feet to the left of him. I'm thinking, is he reading the names from behind the camera? But then the whole time that he was screaming at the fans, he never looked at these kids once. Did you notice that?
I did notice that. He also called Antonio Inoki wrestling's greatest dreamer.
Yes.
Like when he dreamed of taking New Japan's profits and diverting them to other interests that he had.
And that sugarcane plant or farm in Brazil. But he dreamed up a lot of creative accounting. But no, so...
I also want to honor Hiroshi Shinma, wrestling's greatest scapegoat.
That's where they got the gimmick from.
Yeah, from Shinma.
You know what? At that point, the grandkids should have just grabbed the microphone and said, Honorable Master Shinma was innocent. It was Sayama all along.
Sayama? Really? Not Sakaguchi, but it's a total swerve. It's Tiger Mask.
It was Sayama. It was all his fault. See, once again, we talk about them narrowcasting, but then, folks, this is the only way that Brian and I can make it entertaining for ourselves.
They should have had Maeda run out there and shoot kick both of the kids. Start a new feud.
Face in.
Yeah.
But no, Tony comes out. He screams at the people. He brings out the two grandsons of Antonio Inoki, screams their names. He's neither blinking nor looking at these two people that are right next to him. And then he says, to in honor of Antonio Inoki, wrestling greatest dreamer, the whole big thing, he's screaming, we want everybody to, let's do Antonio Inoki's famous chant. And when he said that, I swear to God, the place was so quiet, I could hear a black hole turning in outer space. Nobody knew what the fuck to do. It's been 40 years, right? The New Japan tapes.
And never in America was that chant over.
But then they've anticipated that. They may not have anticipated the dead silence. Maybe they thought people are going to go, yes, let's all join in doing this thing that you're going to hopefully tell us how to do. So then they put it up on the screen. And Tony Khan tries to, or Tony Schiavone, I'm sorry, too, is standing there who's introduced this whole thing.
He's there to help Tony Khan lead this chant.
Tony Schiavone tries to read it for the people, but it's up there fairly quickly, so Tony's a beat behind, and it's in Japanese. So for people who have never, one would think, heard it or seen it written or whatever, one time may not be enough. What is it? Ichi
ni Sanda.
Okay, and people are thinking Nissan, Toyota, what? But Ichi ni Sanda. But it goes by on the screen one time, and Tony Schiavone reads it, and then this is one of the most awkward segments I've ever seen. Tony Khan says, "That's right, one more time," and it's off the screen, and they've gone back to a graphic, and the people are like, "Oh, wait a minute, what are we supposed to do?" They started to get with it at the end when they realized that they could read it, right? So he calls for it again. It's not there, and he's saying one more time to Tony, like, "Can you help?" And just then it pops back up. And then Tony's ahead of everybody doing it because he's just all amped up.
Everybody doing it. No one was doing it. No one knew the chant. He's still the famous chant. I mean, when he said, "Let's all do his famous chant," I said to myself, there's no way anyone here is going to know what that is. This could be really awkward. And then it was even more awkward because it was him and Schiavone leading it and no one doing it.
Tony was even ahead of Tony Schiavone. Tony Khan was when he did it, and then Tony Khan thanked everybody, and people walked away that were on the stage, and some of them may have walked out of the arena as well. But awkward.
In Japanese, Inoki's grandchildren said, "What the fuck?"
Yeah,
it's the last time I do this shit. My grandfather would have walked out.
And one kid looked like he was fucking 16 years. How long has Inoki been gone now? I guess it's only a few years.
Only a few years, but I don't remember how old his children were. He had remember there was Simon Inoki. Inoki wasn't his real name, but he was the son-in-law.
Yeah, I was going to say he was by marriage related.
So are those Simon Inoki's kids? I guess that's what it could be.
Well, at least that way, maybe he didn't have to fly them all the way in from Japan. He could have just brought them up from Los Angeles.
Let's all do his famous chant. Oh, that's one of the greatest phrases ever for something no one knew what he was going to do. And Schiavone, noted New Japan expert Schiavone, was going to help him lead the chant.
Yeah, he's going to help him because he was probably reading it for the first time. But it was like if somebody had come out there with the microphone and said, "Okay, everybody in the crowd, let's now chant Socrates' theory in ancient Greek."
I thought this segment was so amazing. I was dumbfounded. And I said, there's no way Jim watched a pre-show. I need to find it. I couldn't find it anywhere on YouTube. Because I was going to send you the link. This is a must-see segment. Tony Khan has no idea how to behave in public or how to use a microphone. And then the chant part with Schiavone is one of the most awkward moments in the history of wrestling television. And this is still just the pre-show. This is just the pre-show.
It's like if you had two Abbotts and no Costello. It was very strange. But, well, and then the pre-show then concluded with an 8 or 10 man tag team match. I don't know. The entertainment value was out of it for me at that point. So, but did I miss anything, or did everybody walk out unscathed? I mean,
I didn't really watch too much of the match. I saw the finish. The fans there seemed to be into the Outrunners, so they have that going for them. But other than that, I was using the famous catchphrase of Gorilla Monsoon, "Go home! Go home!" And we're ready for the main show.
Memphis TV, they used to send Guy Coffey out. He'd walk out the door and he'd stand behind one of the two fucking studio cameras and he would flip his tie, right? And finally, after long enough, the people got smart to it. They'd see him walk out there. "Now go on back, Mr. Coffey, and let him wrestle." Anyway, I wish we had a Guy Coffey at the Tacoma Dome on October the 12th for the WrestleDream pay-per-view festivities. And We prefaced when we were talking about the pre-show, but just to bring everybody back to, my God, now they've seen an hour and 15 minutes of matches in the building. Now they're about to see 4 hours of matches that in some way or another follow the same theme and do the same thing. We're going to pull out furniture. We're going to ignore any kind of rule or logic. We're going to commit every type of felonious attempted assault, and or in the middle of it, frequent floor routines will break out among some of the finest gymnasts in America. And then we're going to try to fucking murder each other some more. And yeah, somebody's probably going to get fucked up, either accidentally or on purpose. And it just goes on forever. And as we also mentioned a little earlier, and then I will turn the floor over to you to comment on what I just said, the people sit there and wait for either one of the few personalities they want to see, or they don't care whether the good guy or the bad guy or the person that they want to win or the person they want to lose is doing some big goddamn thing. But the more it looks like it fucks somebody up, the bigger the pop, and then they sit there and watch it again until somebody else tries to fuck somebody up.
Yeah, I asked you, I think, last week on the Bad Blood pay-per-view review, the Punk McIntyre match, as good as it was, and it was the best match of the year for WWE, would it have stood out as much on a show like this?
No. It would have stood out in terms of they would have had a bunch more people say, God damn, these motherfuckers look halfway serious type of thing. But it would have been shit that they'd already seen before on the show, or seen a variation of it, or seen somebody get up from something similar to it, or a guy half the size of so-and-so emerged unscathed when such and such was perpetrated on him. And so when you don't care about the personalities, you're just looking for big bumps and shit. But when you're looking for big bumps and shit and you give them more big bumps, then it dilutes, diminishes when the top guys do the big bumps. And then you're just in an endless cycle of rinse and repeat, or actually, I always press sanitize. It just seems more goddamn cleanly. But there you are.
Oh, and there we are. And that was WrestleDream.
Yeah, it was a great show, folks.
Well, don't lie to the people. Why are you going to start lying to the public now?
Okay, now, all right.
Let's go to the card. How did it start?
The card, light switch, Jay White is back with Juice Robinson. And, of course, Juice comes out on the stage with him and pats him on the back and turns around and leaves. The only motherfucker that I would like to see. And he's the one that turns around and leaves. And then here comes Hangnail Adam Page. So, Brian, do we remember why that Jay White and Juice Robinson switched babyface, or did they just show back up that way?
Well, that's the
Jay was off for a long time because he was. Well, now wait a minute. Juice was hurt.
Yeah,
and was off for a while. So then, was Jay White hurt also?
Maybe.
Well, did they both? Were they in a fucking cab that got hit by a bus? Well, how did they?
That's what happens in AEW. We'll talk about it later. How's Adam Cole the devil a babyface now? How did Chris Statlander go from being managed by Stokely and being a heel 2 weeks ago to all of a sudden she's a babyface without Stokely? There was no explanation. There was no reason. With AEW, you never know what each appearance will bring. They may just completely wipe out the story and start anew.
You never know what each appearance will bring. It's like if the Easter Bunny started bringing the kids cigarettes and tequila instead of chocolate eggs.
That was my idea.
That's probably in the
Moxomania.
In the neighborhood Moxley grew up in. That's probably what the Easter Bunny passed out.
Cincinnati.
I swear he's from Newport. But anyway,
Mitchell Goosen.
So Jay White and Juice are the baby faces, and they did something with Paige a week or two ago, right? I can't remember.
I think Paige beat Juice, and then Jay White returned.
That's right. And he returned to help out. So they once again they put Juice in the position of the setup guy, the little brother, the sidekick, the pal. He's the star of the show. He's not even out there. But anyway, at the same time, neither guy's work here is really babyface or heel. Paige is acting more like an asshole, and they're just doing shit. And it begins, again, Jay White has just recently returned out of nowhere. Suddenly, he's in such a hot angle with this fucking guy that they are power bombing each other on the fucking stairs by the first 5 minutes of the first fucking match. The referee it's a normal match. It wasn't stated as no disqualification, lazy booking. They just never get back in the goddamn ring. They fight back to the ramp. Paige is going to whip him with his belt, but the referee tries to take it away, and he manhandles the referee, and then White picks Paige up and gives him the old Ric Flair figure four setup knee breaker over the knee. But he gives it to him on the fucking ramp. And then the guy, he gets up and continues the goddamn match. And they broke the count by getting back in the ring at the count of 5, and they had been outside for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The referee had got to 5. I have more notes. Would you like to hear some more?
Yeah.
They took a few more hospitalization bumps, and then Jay White made a comeback. And he's been working on Paige's bad leg. Of course, remember that he got knee breakered on the fucking entrance ramp and continued his match, but he just can't execute the buckshot. So Paige tries the buckshot with the bad leg, but Jay White catches him in his finish. Boom, 1, 2, 3. So now you know that I'm no fan of Hangnail Adam Page. I'm not his fan club president. I've not sung his praises, but they built this guy up like this, and they beat him with a guy that's just come back out of nowhere in this violent first match where, not sure who's supposed to be the goddamn guy we're rooting for to begin with. And he just beats him fucking flat. Boom. If it was Jay White's debut in the company ever as a surprise, maybe. But we've already seen what we saw a year almost of Jay White before we got a break of Jay White. And it's kind of black and white that everybody was pretty fucking dim on Jay White, wasn't it?
The only people that go crazy about Jay White are people that loved him in New Japan. And I guess that's one of the great examples of how things from New Japan can't work over here or need to work over here. I'm not saying Jay White couldn't, but it shouldn't be Jay White with Juice Robinson as the second. It should be the other way around. Juice is bigger. Juice has a better look. He's got more of a wrestler's personality. His promos, we haven't heard too many Juice Robinson promos, so you can't say they're classics or anything, but they come across like a wacky personality more than, I am here, because just every fucking promo from the guy, and he's small, I'm sorry. And I know with AEW, you kind of have to look the other way because half the roster are really small. Jack Perry, Orange Cassidy, Hook, this guy. There are so many guys that are like Tony Khan size on this show. And at least Jay White's in shape. I'll give him that. But like you said, Adam Page, by the way, where were the cops? This is his first time in Washington since he burned down Swerve's house in Washington. No arrest.
Oh, shit, that's right.
That was in Washington, right? He's from Seattle, Swerve.
Well, you know, that they say, that's what they say on the news, that the criminals are taking over the Pacific Northwest.
But Adam Page has been getting a push. He beat the shit out of Swerve and sent him away for, what, a month? Why is he losing to Jay White? There's a ceiling to Jay White. You tried to push him. You had him beat MJF when MJF was the world champion. Why do this again? I'm not saying don't use Jay White, but he shouldn't be a focused character. And if you're going to focus on anyone, for American Pro Wrestling that would work for American Pro Wrestling, Juice Robinson. I'm sick of saying I wish these guys were in NXT. I know he used to be apparently years ago. But there's a character just ready for wrestling on TV, and they don't do anything with him. He's a lackey. He's a flunky. For no reason.
And I have a new synonym or a couple for you, Brian. When we're talking about the size of some of these people, I've looked up microorganism, which is defined as an organism of microscopic size, especially a bacterium or protozoan. So you can say that they're bacterium-sized or protozoan in appearance. Something else we can, you know, I just hate to say the same words all the time. I try to learn a new word every day. You know what? This morning, I looked up the word opaque in the dictionary. The definition was unclear.
Well, there you go. But seriously, there's a ceiling to some of these guys based on their skinniness and that they look like guys who are in shape in some cases. Orange Cassidy looks like a guy in shape. He looks like a guy 145 pounds in really good shape.
And really boring. And somebody that you would cut your throat if you had to sit in the same room with.
But if there was a division with all those guys, it would probably work a lot better because you wouldn't be seeing them against guys who, it just looks ridiculous. When I watch Jack Perry against Shibata, I know we'll get to it. On its face, it's ridiculous. On its face, it's ridiculous. And there's a lot of that in AEW. Again, Jay White's not to that level, but I think that's one of the things that's going to hold Jay White back from getting over with anyone outside of people predisposed to liking him from New Japan.
Well, I'll tell you what, maybe they will like the next match even better. It was for, what women's title is it for?
This was for the women's title.
Was that the actual women's title, not one of the other titles that the other women hold?
No, Mercedes Moné has the TBS championship, as well as the New Japan Strong championship, as well as the, I think, Golden Raspberry Acting championship.
Do you keep a list tacked to your bulletin board above your desk that you can just rattle these things off?
I don't. I should.
Well, it was Willow Nightingale against Maria May. And, you know, I said I was taking very copious notes. I must admit that I zoned out a bit on this one. And then I began getting kind of beleaguered with it, and I fast forwarded a little bit, but I stopped at random because I saw something. As Willow was trying to figure out the Indian Deathlock. And did you see the leg hold she got on Maria?
Well, no, they said that it was a leg hold. I want to say she got it from Mexico. It could have been Japan, but I think they said that it was a specific leg because I remember watching going, she doesn't know how to do a figure four. But they said it was some kind of move from somewhere else that she picked up. Which is a great way to cover for it if it wasn't, by the way.
It was actually, she got it from the Tibetan monks in the high in the Swiss Alps or whatever. No, it was just, it's not a hold. I don't know what it looked to me like she was going into the Indian Deathlock, but nevertheless, this again, you know, Willow is good, Maria's good. What can we say? And I'm good in terms of the gene pool that they are currently swimming in. And finally, Maria May, who is the heel, apparently nominally, hits a Hurricane Run off the top rope, a fucking knee lift, and then a Death Valley driver, 1, 2, 3. So again, you've got another two where the heel doesn't have to cheat to win, or the babyface doesn't really get any kind of out. Well, the out is they had a great match and showed fighting spirit. No, the out is when some unfortunate incident occurred, blinded by the light, whatever, the sun was in your eyes, that's why that the heel was able to fucking get an opening and capitalize and mildly or majorly cheat. And that's how the fucking thing kind of works anywhere except here. They just go back and forth. And the young ladies here in this match did enough moves that could have populated an entire card once upon a time. And this is one of like, what, a dozen fucking matches or whatever. And then once they've run out of things to do, then somebody just beats the other person. Am I being overly critical?
You know, with a match like this, I thought it was okay, and I think both women are really good. They belong in WWE. But I think of the famous catchphrase of Antonio Inoki, which was, "At least it wasn't Britt Baker."
Well, we got that going for us. So let's move on to another championship contest. A lot of gold on the line, folks. Is this the TNT title?
I don't know. Which match are you talking about?
We're talking about Shapoopy and Jungle Jackoff.
Yes, this is TNT Dynamite.
Well, there you go. And one of them's gonna pop and the other one's gonna get sprayed. And first of all, you've got to explain to me, Brian, if you can, because you're more perceptive, you're more forgiving, you're willing to listen a little bit more, you're more level-headed than I am, etc. All those things.
I'm not more forgiving.
Well, you're more forgiving in terms of these programs, and where I instantly just go, oh, fuck it. You know, you're willing to, in your sometimes altered state of consciousness, give some of these people a chance.
Maybe so.
What is the scapegoat gimmick? What is this? How have they ever explained to the average viewer the scapegoat gimmick? Why is he the scapegoat if the other guy got fired? How is he now applying the scapegoat to his promos, his matches, his overall personality, the way he acts or interacts with the other people, besides having an armband that says scapegoat and scapegoat painted on his van? How is it benefiting him? How's he working the gimmick?
You must remember Jack Perry's a moron. And he's a big wrestling fan, but doesn't understand what works and how things work. And he's also in the Bucks camp, and they are the kings of misreading the room. Look at where they are right now. The gimmick is that he's the scapegoat, I presume, because he got blamed for the incident where Punk choked him out, or choked him, and then was fired.
Yes.
And Tony Khan suspended him and blamed him, and their smart thinking was, let's not have him return as a rich, pretty boy Hollywood pansy that everyone wants to see get his ass kicked. Let's have him return as some wannabe Jim Morrison character, wannabe Raven, whatever you want to call it. He did some promo, like, I'm doing this for future generations. I'm sacrificing myself for future. In what way? How? Explain any of this. He's driving around in a scapegoat bus, truck, ice cream van. I don't know what it is. Why? How does that have to do with any of this? I'm a scapegoat, so I need to buy an old van and paint it black. Like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Well, the problem, at first he saw a red door and he had to paint it black, and then it went from there.
No, there's no explanation or reason for the Jack Perry thing. And here's the other thing.
To us, we know this because we are the insiders that cover these things, but on their own television show, they'd never told the Punk story with the Buckaroos, much less they didn't even tell the story when they just showed the footage, which nobody understood unless they already knew what the fuck. And now, how does he continue being a scapegoat?
Well, the other problem is he's not over. Remember, we heard, and they blew up their show because everything's been on a downward slide since they aired that Punk footage in the spring. That was the moment we said it was jumping the shark. It really has been for the crowds and for the show. But they aired that. We heard that Tony Khan went to see Jack Perry wrestle for New Japan in Chicago and was blown away by the presentation and the way he was over. And he's on these shows and no one gives a shit. There's no heat on him. No one cares about him. And the other thing is the size issue. You can't buy him as this character. If I said it before, if a Nick Camarado or some big fucking guy that they've done nothing with all of a sudden started doing any of this, maybe you'd at least have some interest. What is Jack Perry? 5'7", 5'8", 150 pounds? Smallest waist in wrestling? He has a smaller waist than all the women on the roster.
You know what? If you put him and Model Girl together, I bet you that they wouldn't even be able to have, between the two of them, they wouldn't be able to have a full-size child.
Sure, with Jack Perry, you have a guy with the build of Britt Baker pretending he's a badass and doing some
Actually, Britt came back with some abs.
Well, I guess so. But he's pretending he's a badass. And no one buys it. And he has a gimmick that in his head is somehow fleshed out. He's less over today than he was ever before in AEW. And this is going nowhere. This is a road to nowhere with Jack Perry.
Well, his first stop was at Shapoopy's Diner on the road to nowhere. And again, Shibata looks like a hell of an athlete. And that's why some of this was ridiculous also, because this guy, you would think he looks like, if this was a kung fu movie, he might be the top henchman. He could kick some ass, but he's not the star. He's not he's not involved in the upper echelon of the gangsters or the heel faction or whatever. But he could kick the shit out of Jack Perry, right? Pretty quickly and easily. But the problem is that Shibata is as exciting as watching cabbage boil. It's just, he's another guy with, 40 years ago, it used to be, the guys in the locker room would say, he's another guy with black boots and black tights. Well, then Steve Austin kind of diminished that statement somewhat. But they're just, with the phone translator thing that's so silly. And I just don't understand why that they think that Shibata to an American audience is going to be, this exciting fellow, especially when they have matches like this, where the guy the baby face just sits. He looked like Bruiser Brody sitting cross-legged in the middle of the ring and daring old Jungle Jack off to do something and not selling anything. But at the same time, Perry spit on him. And he still sat there and just looked at him and no-sold it like he no-sold the kicks. Psychologically, the babyface doesn't no-sell getting spit on. Have I missed something here, Brian? Did a memo go out?
Well, remember, Shibata had his brain removed, so I guess he's a little different than the normal human being.
At least Dave was there to cover it from a expert medical standpoint.
He licked it.
Oh my God. Anyway, Shapoopy got the sleeper on Jungle Boy and jumped on his back, and they fell backwards, and Perry was on top, and the referee counted Shapoopy down, and the crowd booed the shit out of it. And I'm not talking about, oh golly, that got a lot of heat. I'm talking about, what the fuck? What kind of bullshit finish is that? Did you hear that? You don't often hear that kind of booing from one of these audiences.
This is not the only time it happens on this show. It happens also in the Young Bucks private party match. And then, of course, we could talk about later on the Jon Moxley-Bryan Danielson match. But no, People don't want Jack Perry in this role. And they're willing to accept Shibata in exchange for that. No, they didn't want this. They didn't want any of this. And it was not a good match in any way. But the post-match, I guess, was the bigger story here.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, the match was, again, Shibata sit there like Brody, kick me some more, then chop me some more. And then he would chop the other guy dozens of times. And then they just take turns doing that indie bullshit.
That's the most boring thing in wrestling. I'm going to show you how tough I am by sitting here or standing here and taking whatever you can do. And now it's your turn.
And
it was once unique. It was once unique, but now everyone does it every match.
Even if you're in a fight, you know you're going to win. Do you want to let the guy have 4 or 5 good shots first just to make him feel good about himself? Or what is the fucking... I don't understand.
Yeah, why doesn't anyone kick the person in the balls?
But again, then, well, they do, but that doesn't beat anybody anymore. That just leads to beating somebody.
You need balls.
But, well, they're there. It's just awful hard to hit a target that small. So basically, Perry pinned our friend Shapoopy. And again, another heel beats the babyface, just beat him. There's no, he got a sleeper and boom, I'll show you, I'll fall backwards. And suddenly, Perry gets back on Shibata to get heat on him. I'm like, why? He just won. I don't understand. And then he hits him with the title belt. And then suddenly here comes Danny Garcia. Holy Christ on a cracker. You know, and the announcers are like, oh, thank God he's here to save the day. And he has a face-off with Perry, and they do nothing. And Garcia's got the blank look, and Perry rolls out. And then suddenly MJF's music plays. And MJF comes out to the ring. And I made a note, this is like Stone Cold Steve Austin making an entrance to face off with the hot dog vendor. So they've devalued MJF's appearances by miring him in with the children and the amateurs and the various sub main event status talent. So now MJF and Garcia have a face off. At least, all right, this is the two guys back in the same place where they had the mayhem on pay-per-view a while back. And suddenly, for shits and giggles, I guess, Perry rolls back in the ring and just knocks Garcia out from behind with the fucking belt. And then he takes off. At least maybe we finally got rid of him. So then MJF takes his jacket off and he starts getting heat on Garcia. Garcia turtling up so it looks like shit. You can't hit anything. What's the matter with these fucking greenhorns? But nevertheless, MJF either was beating the shit out of him or he got the microphone and cut a promo. He'd cut a little promo, which got a bigger reaction than most of the rest of the show. And then he'd beat on him a little bit and said he found the diamond ring in a pawn shop in Buffalo. It took him a little while, but he pulled it out. How many do you think Tony got like a deal on having a half a dozen of those made, or should he look into it?
Tony loves buying belts. Do you think he loves buying rings?
Well, I would think that rings and things count for like belts and welts and buttons and bows. So then he brought the ring out and he's going to make Danny Garcia kiss his ring. I didn't know MJF was Catholic. Anyway, here came, by cracky, Adam Cole music. What? Holy shit, it's just a night of surprises. And here comes Adam Cole running to the ring. I'm not sure. I know he's had an ankle injury, but did he used to run like he was running? Or I don't know, but at least he motivated out there without crutches and everything. And MJF bailed out of the ring and took off into the crowd. But if we think back to, wasn't it Christmas time or New Year's time that Adam Cole was the devil and had been tormenting MJF and was revealed to be the devil that had been doing that? And then MJF said he was going to get even, but now the people like the devil and MJF is the heel, so MJF is running from the guy what tormented him 9 months ago.
Yeah. Adam Cole was the devil. He had an entire stable of heels who hated MJF and wanted to get him. And they ran off the babyface MJF.
Has no association with them whatsoever ever again.
And then the last time we saw Adam Cole, he was on the card again as a heel doing a promo, and then MJF showed up as a babyface and beat him up. That was MJF's return at one point. And we said, oh, at least they're going to just stop that and end that right now. And I guess Adam Cole is finally healed. So they're returning to this thing, but now Adam Cole, the devil, is the babyface, and the good guy is the person the devil turned on. Or the bad guy is the person the devil turned on.
Is there some kind of pie chart or diagram where they stick the pins in the wall and take colored strings? And
well, Tony has all the charts. I would ask him.
Well, anyway, so and by the way, next to Adam Cole, Garcia looks like Lex Luger. It's all stages, folks. It's levels. It's levels of this stuff. And see, already you can tell fatigue was setting in, Brian. I was starting to get tired. I was starting to, actually, I wasn't getting tired. I was getting burnt. I'm starting to have brain fatigue. I'm starting to have the stress. The stress is creeping in on me. I can't focus. I need to be able to concentrate. And already I know this is going to be a long, hard slog. And that's why I turned to our friends at CB Distillery, because I don't want to take, you see all of these over-the-counter things advertised out to yin yang. Oh, you can sleep better, or you relieve pain, or it can help you focus and concentrate. Of course, the side effects sometimes are your fallopian tubes spontaneously combust, or your testicles turn as hard as small steel balls.
What?
And then, as a matter of fact, that leads to a purse drop. Your coin purse, it leads to the droopage of that, because when they're so heavy, then they hang down around your knees. But you don't need to do all that stuff anymore.
That's right.
You don't need to do that at all, because now with one stop, right there, a figurative stop, not even a literal one, you don't even have to stop there. You can go there on the worldwide interwebs, cbdistillery.com. And they've got everything that you need, because CB Distillery, their formulations are made from the highest quality, clean ingredients with no fluff and no fillers, just the CBD solutions designed to help support your health. And we've talked about these surveys, non-clinical surveys, by the way. So they're legitimate. 81% of customers experienced more calm. 80% said CBD helped with pain after physical activity. 90% said they slept better with CBD. And 3% were willing to pay to watch 5.5 hours of wrestling in Tacoma, Washington.
That's an unofficial statistic.
But within the margin of error, so it still counts.
That's not how that works.
Well, of course it is. You've got to be within the margin of error, or else, you'd be perfect, and nobody's perfect. And folks, if you're not perfect and you struggle with a health concern and you haven't found relief, then you can make the change to CB Distillery and join over 2 million other customers who have taken advantage of their services. They got a money-back guarantee, 100%. You're going to get 100% of your money back if you have any type of, horrible side effect like this, like your feet fall off. They'll give you your money back.
You won't have any horrible side effect like that.
Well, it just depends on where you're putting your feet. CB Distillery is the source to trust. I've got a 20% discount right here. I'm about to tell you how to get cbdistillery.com. Use the promo code JCE. cbdistillery.com. JCE is the code, 20% off. And it'll make, if nothing else in your life, it will make the pay-per-views from AEW more palatable, let's say. Reducing stress, encouraging calm, helping with the concentration.
CB Distillery, that's right. And of course, they're friends of ours. They can be friends of yours one more time. What's that promo code, Jim?
Well, the promo code is JCE. Now, I don't know whether I'd bandy their friendship around if I were you. They're friends of ours, but they may not want to be everybody's friend. You may have to prove your loyalty to them, you out there in podcast land, before they'll be your friend. I'm sure they'll engage in honest business transactions with you, but I'm not sure they're going to invite some of you people over to the house.
Once again, cbdistillery.com's promo code JCE. Jim, let's get back to... They probably could have used a lot of CB Distillery's products in AEW. Let's get back to WrestleDream.
I have a feeling there was some kind of CBD, THC, LSD, something was going on in this next match. The three-way, the triple threat with Ricochet and Ospreay and our boy Take a Shit. I'm back on it. I don't know what's going on here now with him anymore either. But what title was this? Was this the Continental? Or is this the International? What belt were the three of them going for?
This one is the International.
Okay, well, this is for the International title. And, of course, Don Fallis is on color commentary. Have you noticed he's the manager of all these guys in these matches, but he never manages? When's the last time you saw him at ringside with anybody in any of their matches?
Because he's not a real manager. He's a bullshit manager. Real managers had real foreign objects like a tennis racket or even a cell phone, not a fucking screwdriver.
A screwdriver. I wonder, but is it a flathead or a Phillips? See, that may make all the difference.
That's a good question.
I think you could get a Phillips by the Athletic Commission, but a flathead would do a lot of damage, because it would be wider. Just a thought.
No, but he's a bullshit manager. I mean, he's on commentary, yucking it up with the other commentators, doing shtick. He was with baby faces for a while because the heels just suddenly were baby faces, and it's just the execution's always poor, I guess is the best way to put it.
Well, again, trying to figure out a family tree on the Don Callis family and whether they're supposed to be people we cheer for or boo against. Doing that family tree would be like trying to figure out who parented all the Kardashian children. And in this match, you've got two baby faces and one heel, the way that I looked at it, because they like Ricochet and they like Ospreay. No matter how the people have been portrayed, Ospreay was in the heel group. They were cheering the fucking rafters off for him at the same time as they were booing the shit out of his manager. But Ospreay and Ricochet are the baby faces, and Take is the heel. So you got two against one in the wrong way. But basically what they did here was everything that they've ever been able to figure out how to do. The American-style aggressive parkour mixed with the Japanese indie style, depending on which two of the three had their turn in the spotlight, while the other guy laid out on the floor and rested or did whatever, hid, whatever they do. In the first 2 minutes, they're pulling out the table because they're down on the floor. And again, I think if Ospreay had come along at a time through the 80s or even 90s, been trained properly from the start, not thought that he was probably smarter than he was when he got into business because he wouldn't have been on the internet, and taught how to think about wrestling, I believe he would have been one of the best baby faces in the business. I think I look at AJ Styles, except for the TNA run, but AJ was very, very accomplished in doing a revolutionary cutting edge style, even though he physically got big enough to where he looked like he could handle himself and he got, a bit of a promo, right? You see what I'm saying? Not going to be the next fucking Stone Cold Steve Austin, but he one of the top in-ring baby faces in the business. But you need to have guys trained how to think as well as how to move and what moves to do. And we've talked about he needs to be produced for American television, but also he needs to be booked for any sane, rational person instead of Tony's. I bet you Tony could write a hell of a goddamn murder mystery. What about if Tony took a free weekend? He's got nothing to do anyway, and rewrote Murder on the Orient Express. What kind of book do you think that would be?
I don't know. I can't see the book having much direction. Probably goes off on a lot of little side things, and maybe some people get sent home for a while. Maybe there's a train to Bulgaria.
Wait a minute. No, that's
one-way trip to Bulgaria. You're never getting out of your contract, boy. Something like that.
People that were on the train suddenly are off the train, or people that weren't on the train are suddenly on the train, even though they're stuck at Borgo Pass or whatever the fuck it was.
It's Tony's magic train. You get on the train thinking, this train's great. There's fucking drugs. There's fucking women all over the place. This seems like all right. By the time you get to the last car, you're so tired of it. But you can't get off the train.
Don't you miss this train at the station, 'cause if you miss it, I feel sorry for you. Ooh. People all over the world.
And what's that coming in? Oh my, it's a helicopter. It's Nick Khan hanging off a helicopter. He's going to save us. That's what you hope for. You hope that when you're in the last train car of the Tony Khan Express, Nick Khan just comes swooping in a helicopter and just saves you. Just one hand out, grabs you, pulls you up, saves you.
Right before you go into the ravine in the train, a la Buster Keaton in The General. See, if you're going to reference film, I'll do the same thing.
That's a great scene. That's one of the best film scenes ever still.
But, even
it was a real train. They really did it.
Well, yes, that's what I'm saying. Even back in the day, you had people like Vince say, let's pour concrete in a fucking Corvette. Well, let's run a fucking train off the goddamn trestle. Anyway, this match, and a bunch of people loved it on the Twitter machine and everything, because a bunch of people landed on their feet and did just high quality tricks, as your kids used to say. But as the basic match, one guy takes turns disappearing for no reason, so the other two can do their spots, and then they all three do a little dance. And then the obvious cooperation is off the page, and you can't suspend disbelief, and there is no way to tell a story. And in the process, the baby faces do more damage to each other than the heel does to either one of them. And it gets to the point where it's the same thing. Are we supposed to be rooting for someone, or are we just watching an America's Got Talent audition where these guys are going to do a bunch of cool athletic feats of legerdemain? And that's the match. And then after Ospreay and Ricochet have hit each other with everything that they've ever done before, then they decide to team up against the heel. And when they do that, the heel, there was one single heel, mostly kicks the shit out of both of them until they start fighting each other again. And then I wrote here the notes. Everybody no-sell shit to land on their feet. Now people are cheering the only heel in the match. And everything that they know doesn't work to beat anyone. And then, I'm sorry, but once again, I'm a professional. So after a couple of drinks, the chick doing karaoke might sound like she can sing, but not if, goddamn Rick Rubin's sitting in a fucking crowd, right? And when Ospreay and Ricochet climb to the top rope and gingerly help each other balance while Take is standing in the middle of the ring, staring slack-jawed at him and staggering and waiting so that Ospreay can leap up and Ricochet can catch him so that Ospreay can Hurricane Rana Ricochet, who cannonballs into Take. But Take kind of dropped him, so Ricochet rolled up on his chest, 2 count. What the fuck? Is this the Flying Walindas? Or you can be too fucking cute, can't you? Help me, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're going to get when you have Ospreay and Ricochet in there together. That's what they love to do. Those are the 2 guys that excel at it. And like you said, Ospreay has potential beyond that. And he'll get there one day. Look, you have to look at AEW like a continuation of whatever he was doing on the Indies and in Japan. It's just more of that until he decides, all right, now it's time. He'll be in his 30s. Hopefully he's not too beat up. But he's just going to do more of his indie stuff here. And then when the company doesn't grow and no one really gets over and they don't understand why, they'll, blame us for talking about it.
Well, anyway, I will get back to this thing.
I like
because
Takeshita,
it ain't over
though.
yet.
I think Takeshita's a star. I think he's great.
Well, remember we thought that last year when we started seeing him until he disappeared and we don't know why.
But now AEW is starting to add some people with some size. Shelton Benjamin coming in. Not that Takeshita's that big, but he's bigger than all the usual AEW dwarves.
Well, we'll talk about that, I'm sure, because it's going to be interesting. When Shelton gets in there and looks like goddamn Ernie Ladd next to everybody on the fucking roster. But anyway, there was here was the spot. Takeshita gave Ricochet a modified tombstone off the apron through a table. And I said, if Ricochet gets up, I'm not even watching the finish. But that was the way to get rid of him so they could actually do something more violent. So something in the recent past you could have done to somebody and carted them out in an ambulance as an angle, and they'd been off for 6 weeks or 2 months and come back and got revenge and blah, 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 is like, okay, we don't need him involved in the finish. Let's give him a reason to sell over here. The fuck? So then Ospreay gives Takeshita his finish elbow and gets a 1 count. And then he gives him another one and covers him. But then Don pulls the referee out to the floor by his leg, the old, come here, I want to talk to you spot, where he pulls the referee out. And then suddenly, I get, they didn't show it on camera, but apparently Don Callis chloroformed the referee because we're not going to see him for the next 2 to 3 minutes from being pulled to the floor. I'm serious, because the guy that pulled him to the floor gets in the ring and fucking gets a screwdriver out and goes to fucking stab Ospreay, and Ospreay blocks it. And he goes to give Don the Tiger Driver. But suddenly a guy in a black hoodie comes in. And remember in the previous segment, we had 2 or 3 of these surprise entrances. The guy in the black hoodie comes in and hits Ospreay in the back of the head with the screwdriver. And then takes so long to reveal himself that the announcers are having a hum and haw when it's obvious it's his face is not being covered by the hoodie. It's who it is, but
it was obvious right away.
It's right away. And who else is that tall in this guy? And he takes the fucking thing off, and it's Kyle Felcher, Will Ospreay's bosom buddy. And Ospreay's on his knees holding his head, and he's staring at Kyle. And Kyle stared at Ospreay. And then Ospreay stared at Don. And then Don stared at Ospreay. And then Ospreay looked at Take-A-Shit, who was lowering his knee pad. And Ospreay is kneeling there in the middle of the ring like, oh, please don't knee lift me. But he doesn't make a move to do anything to get away. And all this guy that is quicker than a hiccup, as Gordon Solie used to say, and take runs and boom, gives him a knee lift and covers him. And Kyle throws the referee in, who was still immobile from minutes previously when he got pulled out, who made a slow 3 count like he was recovering from anesthesia after colon surgery. And he made the 3 count, and the new Intercontinental Champion is now take a shit. And then Kyle gave Ospreay the dreaded Tiger Driver. And this was the gymnastics match on the card, and boy, did they take their job seriously. But then, again, how many attempted murders? They're not talking about hitting somebody with brass knuckles. They're going straight to the, I'm going to stab you in the face with a fucking screwdriver. Why does it need to be a screwdriver? Just because they started using a screwdriver? Why did they start using a screwdriver?
At no point did anyone bring up how dumb it is to use a screwdriver. I mean, I saw the way Kyle Fletcher was holding it when he came in the ring. So it's like, okay, he's going to bash him in the head with the side of the screwdriver? So,
Which seems like an unwieldy way to...
Yeah, those are the two options. You hit him in the head with the side of it, or you stab him with the actual screwdriver. Why would that... Who picked that in the Omega Callis days and then decided to keep running with it? And why wasn't Ospreay dead?
And the thing is also, if you're going to hit somebody with the handle of the screwdriver, then you might as well bring in a ball peen hammer, because that would accomplish your task much easier. Because why use a screwdriver to fucking hit somebody with the handle? It's like using, I don't know, a baseball bat and poking somebody in the top of the head with it with 2 hands like a fucking stick. But anyway, that was that match that a lot of their fans raved about, is what happened there.
Not everyone can bunt like you. Let me ask you about Fletcher and Ospreay, because I've been high on Fletcher, and he's picking up size, and he's got a good look, and I don't know about those jeans he was wearing, but, he's got his whole thing going on, and unfortunately he's got a shit manager, but he's got potential. Ospreay has been over. Ospreay hasn't been hurt as badly as everyone else because he's still kind of doing the stuff that he wants to do. Is this the right thing right now for Ospreay? A feud with Fletcher that would establish Fletcher? Or does Ospreay, I was about to say, does Ospreay need to keep working with established guys? But that's a silly question.
Well, and there ain't a lot of them.
That's it.
At this point, if they will tone down the gymnastics and tone up the theatrics and give us something that would, okay, why did he suddenly decide to do this to his old bosom buddy and lifelong friend or whatever? What motivation did he have to, want the guy to not win and to fucking turn on him like that and to give him the, Tiger fucking Driver 1997? And if depending on that and whether we're interested in it, yes, Kyle is getting a better physique and he's got a look going on and he's got some size and he's a good athlete. But do we want to see the gymnastics that will appeal to the smallest degree of the audience, or do we want to see this Kyle Fletcher be an updated fucking, I don't know, an updated Rick Rude or an updated some type of fucking major main event heel is what I'm trying to articulate. Or just another fucking gymnast.
And by the way, with Jake Roberts and Don Callis and now MVPs in there, they got the tallest manager stable maybe of all time.
Well, that's, they got to have size somewhere. Yeah, there's some kind of lewd remark you could have come back with.
I was trying to stay out of the lewdness here today, but That was the
All
match.
right.
Takeshita now the international champion. We'll see where they go with that. But what was next?
Well, then here came Prince Nana, who sold his coffee and introduced Swerve Strickland, who made the big entrance in near his hometown, where he's noted all around the area as a noted arsonist and house burner and fucking home intruder. He's got a great record. But they chanted, "Welcome home," and whose house?
Former burglar.
Yes,
victim of arsonist.
Burglar. You may live on a block that he has recently or torched one of the homes.
No, his home was torched. He wasn't torching the home. He only breaks into them. He doesn't burn them down.
That's right. He intruded in them, and the other guy is the firebug and burns them down.
I told you he was worse than me. I only break in. He burns it down, sits in a lawn chair, doesn't get arrested.
Well, in that case, no wonder people are saying Swerve's house all the time. They're trying to get the attention on somebody else's house instead of their own. Anyway, whatever the fuck's going on here, he's in Washington State. That's where he's from. And he took a long time to say anything. And I know he's milking the chance, but at some point, if he does a medical update. He's still got tingling in his neck and his legs and his fingers, sometimes goes all the way down, whatever the fuck. But he's medically cleared. Who medically cleared a motherfucker with all the symptoms that he had just enumerated out loud in front of people right there?
See, that's the time where the production should have had the cameraman just zoom in on Doc Samson's face just to see the reaction.
So, he should have said just a simple tense thing. I've had this and that and the other thing, but now I'm medically clear. But anyway. And he wanted to address his future, and suddenly here came MVP with Shelton Benjamin, interrupting and promoing to the ring. And the story is MVP's been emailing him, trying to get hold of him. Hadn't heard back from him. Did your minion give you my business card? But again, it was a TV segment that was unfolding in a very slow-paced manner on a fucking 4-hour pay-per-view. So it may have got a little more attention, or, if it had been a little briefer, or maybe on television. Because again, they're doing an interview angle thing on pay-per-view instead of in front of the wide audience. But the fans, while MVP was making his pitch, started chanting Swerve's house at random. That makes the talent over. They're chanting about him, but they were kind of doing it to entertain themselves. And MVP said that Swerve's career was floundering and Swerve could do better with him and not Nana. That whole thing, we've seen this prefaced. And then Swerve got into a whole thing. He put MVP over. He put Shelton Benjamin over as a big deal. He said, you helped pave the way for all of us black wrestlers. Like Shelton is Bobo Brazil.
Or Bozo Brazier.
Or even Bozo Brazier. And I love Shelton. I'm not knocking Shelton, but I don't know that Shelton can be called an African-American trailblazer in 2002. Nevertheless, so Swerve then told Nana what MVP had been saying is true. He has lost a lot of matches with Nana and lost this and that, but he wouldn't have what he had to begin with to lose if it wasn't for Nana. But MVP, you and I could do great things together. And Nana, there's a lot of things about you that irk me. And he just back and forth, and it was unfolding slowly like this review. And finally, Swerve said, Nana, the biggest thing about you is you are family, and I don't turn on family for anybody. So MVP, shove your business cards up your ass. And then Shelton says, we weren't asking, we were telling. You're either with us or you're against us. And then Shelton shoved Nana back, and Swerve shoved Shelton. Swerve Shelton. And the referees came in, and many people were shoving the other people. And then it was over. Was that a TV segment on a pay-per-view or what?
It was. However, with that said, it was one of my favorite things on the pay-per-view. I so far like the way MVP and Shelton have been carrying themselves there, and they look like stars in that ring. Is that a smaller ring? Is that a WCW size ring?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's an 18-foot ring. I'm pretty goddamn sure. I'm willing to be corrected if somebody's taking a tape measure to it.
I mean, again, we'll see where they go with this, but Shelton, to me, looks like a star in there. He looks like he's a big guy. He stands out more than he did in WWE.
Yeah.
I don't know about Swerve running down Nana and then saying, but your family. So
yeah.
Doesn't matter that you're my fuck-up family member. You're family.
Yeah. You fucked me up out of everything, but you helped me get it too, so.
Let me think of everything that's gone wrong. I lost my title. He took my teeth. They burned my house down. But you know what? You were there for me years ago with your coffee. Let's see where they go, and let's see how Lashley gets involved in this. Because you've got to figure that's where they're going. You have to figure that's where they're going.
Again, and already, I think Swerve needs some friends, because the way they've portrayed Nana is that I don't think anybody thinks he's going to whip MVP, and Shelton and Swerve, if Lashley comes in, who's Swerve's friend or accomplice or help or whatever?
No, legit, MVP is probably the baddest guy in that entire locker room. Like legit, in the legit world right now. That's probably so, but I don't think he's wrestling. And the other thing that, and again, we'll see where they go with Lashley and even Shelton. If they're in there with an Orange Cassidy, they got to crush an Orange Cassidy. It can't be a 50-50 match where they go 12 minutes or 20 minutes trading back and forth. That's what immediately defeats the purpose when you bring in guys like that. Same thing with Kevin Owens. When he comes in, if they have him go out there in his first match and wrestle 25 minutes, an even Steven match until the finish, until the final person didn't kick out, it's not going to mean as much as going in there and doing some damage, and I hope they do that with the Hurt Business.
Well, you know what they did, speaking of doing some damage in the next match? This was the match that was so high on Tony Khan's wish list that he gave it to a 2 out of 3 falls. Hologram versus Rigor Mortis.
Were you shocked like I was when the graphic for this popped up on the screen and it said 2 out of 3 falls?
Well, no, because I had caught wind of it, might be a more appropriate, on Twitter or something, and somebody was like, 2 out of 3 falls, question mark.
Oh, I knew nothing. I went into this blind and I didn't know about the match, let alone the stipulation.
Now, at least it only lasted as long as a normal fucking too long match on these programs last, but it was 2 out of 3 falls. Remember I said the 3-way, I just hate the obvious cooperation with Ospreay and Ricochet, and they go too far. Well, the obvious cooperation in this match made the 3-way look like Frank Gotch and George Hackenschmidt. I mean, this was the example of the fans sitting stock still and dead silent, waiting for either an impressive and potentially hazardous dive or a potato.
I apologize for any noise. The winds are coming in, but...
Oh, the winds!
The Beast Mortos, who obviously Tony's a big fan of because they keep pushing this guy, much better than they ever did for Hechicero, for instance. Didn't we just see him on Wednesday get introduced with his new manager, Jake the Snake Roberts?
That's right, he was one of those fellas, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was one of the 3 guys that Jake was now managing in exchange for... 3 guys in exchange for Lance Archer, and Jake wasn't out there with him for a big 2 out of 3 falls match.
Well, I'll tell you what, from my experience, there's no way Jake was going to spend Thursday and Friday off in Washington State when he could have gone home. Or definitely he wasn't going to spend it in Spokane. did they tape that when they were in Georgia at some point? Did they even have to fly? Well, no, he came out and walked out.
Yeah,
in front
he walked
of
out. He came out.
Well, maybe there's trouble in that relationship.
Jake, do you feel like working the pay-per-view? I'd rather not. Okay, you don't have to.
Okay. Well, I'm going to make this one short because we got a long way to go, and it's probably going to take us even longer to get there. But the first fall was won by Hologram with a flying dingbat. The second fall was won by Rigor Mortis after some more choreographed tumbling. And the third fall was won by Hologram. Well, first, Hologram, did you see him do the flip dive off the top rope and almost break his own leg?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I was so intrigued by this because they were doing this in kind of like the break spot where they would usually put a women's match or something. And the crowd were reacting to it like that. Now, by the end of it, they were reacting, but I couldn't tell if it was because of the match or it was kind of like, all right, they finally did it. They finally ended it. But it was really rough going.
It was a relief pop. A relief pop.
It didn't seem like the crowd was really too interested it didn't seem like they were too disinterested. They just weren't. They were like pod people. I mean, I don't know if they were real. Just sitting there
We should have held a mirror up in front of them to see if they were still breathing. But they did some more shit after he almost broke his own leg. And then finally he hit a spinning sit-down thingamabobby. 1, 2, 3. So he won 2 out of 3 falls. And boy, the sky's the limit, I think, for Hologram.
Literally, it is the limit because he's Tony Khan's creation. And for no good reason, it was a 2 out of 3 falls match featuring him and his lucha stylings here on this show. We'll see. I mean, he's made some big moves lately. He appeared on Dynamite. Then the ratings fell into the toilet. No, it's not his fault, though, but that's where they are.
What about if he changed his name and he was Lucky Lucha? Or Lucky the Lucha instead of
Lucky Lucha?
Instead of Louis the Lilac, Lucky the Lucha.
Why?
And Lucky the Lucha could team up with Minnie the Moocher.
Minnie the Moocher?
Yeah.
That's a filthy song.
Yeah, hidey, 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 hidey.
He used to live in Point Lookout, Cab Calloway.
How long has he been dead now?
He's been dead like 35, 40 years. something like that. No, at least 35 years, I'd say.
You know what I'd say to him if he was here right now? I'd say to him, Cab, what are you doing here? You've been dead for 40 years.
All right, well,
so then...
if he came back from death, he may look like the Beast Mordos.
Well, he got sent back out by Hologram. You gotta have me a hologram. We don't want ya, hologram. We don't need ya, hologram. All we need is a grown-sized man.
Please stop singing. Isn't it something though that this was Tony's big creation? Like, you could see why Vince needed a wardrobe department. It's like the cheapest outfit on something that's like a homegrown creation.
Creative Services could have drawn that right up for him.
Something.
All righty, nevertheless, moving on. Darby Allin, apparently, he has no money for car fare. Potentially doesn't have a driver's license. I believe that. He had to skateboard from a slum neighborhood filled with graffiti to the arena at one point while hanging on the back of a bus and on his little skateboard. He's such a little brat, just a mischievous little thing. And then he made his entrance in that same pink. That pink, do you think he ever washes that pink thing, that pelt? Whatever, you see it in these videos, it's laying on the floor in the street, out in the gutter, and the filth and the degradation, the goddamn sewage. He's dragging it around in the arenas. These guys are fucking sweating all over. What do you think that thing smells like? It's got fur to it. Did that come from a flamingo? What else has pink?
A thrift shop.
But no, I'm serious. Originally, the species.
I don't know. I don't know if it's even real. He probably wouldn't want real feathers or fur. He doesn't seem like that kind of guy.
He can find synthetic pink furry feathers.
When Darby came out on the entranceway, it hit me. And I've been thinking it lately with some of the promos. He's becoming insufferable. There's something I'm starting to not like about him for the first time. And it coincides with them trying to go all the way with him. And because he's one guy that actually does improve numbers. You know, and a lot of people think he'll be the guy to take down Moxley. That's the way it's been set up. But he's becoming more and more unlikable to me.
But now just think about this now. Hold on here for a second there, feller, because I wouldn't even say he's insufferable yet. But that's the thing is, okay, yeah, we get it. When you were a young man, you were the reckless skateboarding tattooed fellow, and you had to sleep in your car because apparently you were too good to get a job bagging groceries. But nevertheless, but now what is he almost, we've established he's past 25, isn't he? And they know he's making big money there now. So
31.
Okay, he's a 30-year-old adult man that people know is making at least high six figures a year, and who knows how much he's making. So I don't think he needs to constantly come out and say, but it was great when I slept in my car. Now you can say, okay, I worked hard and sacrificed to get where I am today, type of thing. Instead of just being the idiot that still wants to fucking jack around on a skateboard.
Still wants to sleep in his car.
Yeah, or on his couch in front of a fucking video game and being irresponsible instead of going out and trying to lead the company. As the heel here in this match had made the statement last week, remember on the TV show, whatever we watched, on Dynamite.
Yeah.
Darby Allin's out there screaming and whining at the heel, acting like a heel and like a spoiled kid. And Brody King, the heel, was the voice of reason, saying, if you're the face of AEW, what happens when you kill yourself? We have to save you from yourself. He's the voice of reason in a calm manner.
Listen, he was one of the best baby faces I've ever seen in that promo. He was just the big, lovable, I don't want my little friend to get hurt baby face. He was great.
He was Baloo the Bear.
Honoring the House of Black.
So they have this match where then, unfortunately, it becomes a giant, fat, tattooed indie guy against a teeny, tiny, skinny, tattooed indie guy. And they throw, again, any kind of credibility and logic out the window, along with any kind of restraint. In 30 seconds, they were on the floor doing stunts with the stairs. And then Brody King puts the stairs on Darby and stands on them on the floor. Again, they're on the floor for as long as they want to be. The referees aren't even trying. And it doesn't even have to be no disqualification. They can use all these things in front of everybody. And Brody King just throws this guy around like a sack of shit, does everything to him, but nothing beats him because it's fake. That's the only thing that you're left with, the summation you're coming away from. Because after being, beaten up like a crash test dummy, then Darby makes his comeback at 100 miles an hour. And Coffin drops the guy off the top rope to the floor, but then Brody King takes back over and gets more heat on Darby. And Brody King German suplexes him off the top rope twice in a row. But then both of them sell. He just German suplexed the guy. Why are you selling it? And then by the time Brody King covers him, that's a 2 count. And then Darby pushes Brody King off the top rope, who takes a back bump onto the steel stairs that are sitting on the floor. And then Darby comes off the top rope and Coffin drops Brody King, who's laying on the stairs. And Brody King beats the count. He comes in at 9. And then Darby hits another Coffin drop. 1, 2, 3. He beats this fucking giant guy. And then...
who's grateful.
Yes, he was grateful for the ass whipping because as soon as they finished with this, then Brody King comes over, sticks his hand out, and they shake hands after just trying to mutilate each other. What sense is this supposed to make? Where'd Buddy Matthews go?
I don't know. That is a good question because I think he came back from Australia, didn't he? Because Rhea Ripley came back.
Well, I mean, I don't need Malachi Black.
Yeah, where's Malachi?
Well, he's either hurt or done like creative, and I don't care. But
can I tell you something? And this is going to sound crazy. I never thought about it until the other day, and then this. They should break away Brody King and make him a babyface, and never reference the House of Black ever again.
I'll go for that.
I like that. On the promo, if he talks straight like that, and, as long as they don't make him just a big sap, that could work, as opposed to, I'm with the creepy, spooky people. No one wants that. And they don't even show up, or they're not there, or they're not booked, or they only work Saturdays, or whatever it is.
Sundays and holidays are the big times. That's when you get that in your contract, you'll be farting through silk. Oh, but anyway, it was about this time in the show, Brian, to be quite honest with you, that I was ready to go to bed, but there was more show left. But I had a comfy bed waiting for me, and I knew that. Have you ever had the clinical psychologists, they have a term for it. It's called helix envy. Have you heard of this?
I have not heard about this. Did you get one of the new clinical studies?
Well, yes, because when they come out of the clinics, they're right there. And helix envy is when you envy other people that are able to currently lay right down on their helix sleep mattress because you have one and you know how good it feels, but you're not able to lay down on it yet because this long-ass pay-per-view will not come to an end. That's helix envy. And right then, I wanted to kill some of the people that could lay down on their helix mattress because I wanted to so bad. Now that I've explained it to you, Brian, do you not suffer from that syndrome?
I have multiple helix mattresses in my house for me and my family. I absolutely most certainly do not suffer from helix envy. I think other people suffer from it about me.
I'm not saying that you don't.
I'm helix rich. I'm helix rich.
No. See, you're not getting my point. It's not you only have helix envy. It's worse when you have the helix mattress, but you do not have the time to lay down in it.
Oh, that was your point?
That's my point. Because you're continuing to work to provide for yourself and the children, because all of the Cult of Cornette members are our children out there.
This was your point? Really?
Yes.
Oh, well, in that case, yes.
That I get mad when I know that there's other people that can just click that pay-per-view off and go lay on their helix sleep mattress and get a good night's sleep, and like they're floating in a cloud, like they're wrapped up in the warm belly of a kind puppy. No matter what position they like to sleep in, front, back, sideways, doggy style, missionary, cowgirl, reverse cowgirl. No matter what kind of mattress or what kind of firmosity or what kind of size, they got a great mattress they can lay in and sleep in because they have gotten one from helixsleep.com. But right now, I've got a Helix mattress and I can't lay on it because I'm broadcasting to the people. And that's when I get helix envy. Or when I have to sit there and watch the pay-per-view upright with my eyes open instead of laid back on one of the Helix Elite collection or one of the luxurious, the big and tall, or the firm, or the kids mattress. Sometimes I'll roll myself up in a ball.
What?
And sleep on the kids' mattress. And some of it lops over the side.
You don't have a kids' mattress. Will you stop it? You couldn't fit it into it anyway.
I got one for Harley. That's what I said. I can't fit in it. Well, sometimes
you couldn't turn yourself into a ball either.
My dingbat falls off the side every once in a while.
Jay Dingbat White?
Jay Dingbat White. No, he turned the light switch on. You said these mattresses don't vibrate. I found a motor in one of my mattresses one time, but it wasn't vibrating. It was flashing green and red. Nevertheless, folks, right now, if
That
you go
didn't
to
happen,
Helix,
ladies and gentlemen, nevertheless.
well, that's only in your mind.
Nevertheless.
HelixSleep.com/JCE, you're going to find all about this. If you've got night sweats, they'll cool you down. If you've got back pain, they'll prop you up. If you've got bed sores, stay away from my fucking mattress. But regardless of what kind of disgusting things you do when you sleep, you can do it on a Helix Sleep mattress and it'll look better and probably even smell better. As a matter of fact, they have a special mattress.
Nope.
A special mattress for people who fart loudly, convincingly, and stinkingly with the stench of grisly death. It's got like an odor eater type of thing, only instead of your foot, you put your ass on the mattress and it'll eat the odor up. Now, 2% of people that sleep on that for more than a month disappear entirely.
Okay, there's the whammy of a made-up story with a made-up statistic. Ladies and gentlemen.
It could be part of their daily hygiene problems.
There are no farting mattresses or mattresses that help with fart. Whatever the farting situation may be, whatever your sleeping situation may be.
I had a whoopee cushion one time.
One time?
I did. I had a whoopee cushion one time. There can be a farting mattress. Folks, you're going to get 20% off, though. Even if it's passing gas, boy. Even if it's just puffing one out there, you're going to get 20% off all the mattress orders, farting or not. If you go to HelixSleep.com/JCE, HELIX sleep.com/JCE, and boom goes the dynamite. 20% off all the mattress orders. I would think that a majority, we probably now, Brian, since we have such a wide audience, and we've been talking about Helix for so long, there are children out there that have been conceived on a Helix sleep mattress while listening to our program. And I think that the parents should write that down, put it in a sealed envelope, and when the kid turns 18, then he hears the truth about exactly the circumstances he was conceived under. Are you there?
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, HelixSleep.com/JCE.
Would you like that if you opened up a note from your parents saying, yeah, we were listening to Led Zeppelin 4 and Mom had too much to drink, and that's why you're here?
What would be the purpose of this note?
Well, just to let the child know about his conception and how he was brought into the world with love and care.
Well, bring your love and care.
Or potentially the product of a backseat grope fest.
Well, I don't know what the hell's going on over there. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for a mattress, HelixSleep.com.
Yeah.
/JCE. But Jim,
20% off, and you don't have to use the back seat if you've got a Helix.
Let's get back to AEW and AEW, supposed to say AEW Dynamite. AEW, what is this? WrestleDream, the annual tribute to Antonio Inoki.
Annual tribute, I think it's not once a year, it goes all year long. Because now we were up to the tag team title match, and they did a long video I wrote of somebody giving Private Party a pep talk. And
Amazing Red.
I've had the announcer said afterwards, I was trying to zip to the next match, and I didn't recognize this person as a wrestler, and part of it because were they around a campfire? How dark was this fucking room? It was like the fearmonger on Creature Features back when I was Fright Night when I was a kid. The flashlight under his face. Anyway, he gave him a pep talk. Old Private Party, so that they could go into this tag team title match against the Hardy Boys and have confidence, because they beat them 5 years ago. Remember that fluke finish that everybody said, oh, they're trying to elevate Private Party and make new stars, are the Hardy Boys. And we said, no, it was a fucking fluke, an accident that they won. And that's the way it came off. And
look at how unselfish they are. Private Party will be stars now.
Well, 5 years later, that's the last thing that they've done that anybody is referencing at this point.
You know, the video was a good video. There's been a couple things lately. There was a promo where they got fired up before Moxley no-sold for them. And this video, I mean, they've done a couple of good things that they probably should have done a long time ago for them. And I think maybe for a variety of reasons, I think the fans there expected them to win. And I think the fans, I don't want to ruin the review, but I think the fans really wanted them to win and were kind of really bummed out when they weren't. When they didn't, I can't speak. When they didn't, and that wasn't the only match that bummed people out on this show, so it was a weird feeling all around, and it took them a while to get the fans into this at all.
Ha 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 ha! Bum out! Well, and Private Party, by the way, announcing them at a combined 381 pounds doesn't help the perception that everybody is diminutive on this. Two guys can't be 400 pounds together? What the fuck? Anyway, and of course the Cucamonga Kids did a promo before the bell about how that a Private Party, among the things they called him, was a mid-card act. Anybody who uses the term act has never actually been in the legitimate, real professional wrestling business. It's not a fucking wrestling term. Oh, they're an act. I've always hated that. That's how Uncle Dave does that. Well, they're a tag team act. Not since vaudeville died, Dave. Fuck. And then they went out to the stage and started doing overly choreographed, I'll boost you up, grab my foot, here we go, rah, rah, go state cheerleading routines on the stage. And then, for no reason, the Private Party guy did a flip dive off the top of the entranceway onto his opponents and his own partner. It just knocked the shit out of all of them. And then the two of them go to the ring, and of course it's the Knox, the corpse referee. He rings the bell to start the match. Why? If the match is not even going on and you can't even win this way, and of course you can't, why would you just climb up to the goddamn top of the entranceway, dive off the fucking thing, onto the top of your own guy? And with all this going on, why would the referee then ring the bell to start the match after we've just had a four-way brawl on the stage with fucking dives from 20 feet in the air? It's just ridiculous. And they've made up all these alleged rules to attempt to justify some of it, but it's just, again, we can't ring the bell to start the match till the guys get in the ring. They just sprayed Agent Orange on the fucking guy, but as soon as he gets through the ropes, he'll be okay. His skin's peeling, but we're used to that. And then they do the souped up square dancing. The same spots they've been doing for years and years. I'm talking about the Buckaroos. And it's silence. It's silence. And there's the cartwheels and they don't have to tag. They just jump in or stay in, and they do the spots where everybody stands around and then runs around. And the people are kind of dead. And then every once in a while, if it fits their purposes, they'll tag, and then they'll go out and do flips off the barricade. And I wrote, is there a carbon monoxide leak in the arena? The crowd seems to be in a coma.
Remember when the Bucks were getting reactions? It was the one thing you couldn't take away from them. Yeah, we hate their stuff, but the fans going to these shows are really reacting to them. They don't react to them at all. At all. Now they get upset if they win, but not for the reasons like, oh, the Dastardly Heels won. It's like, oh, fuck, more of these guys.
Well, this match, I don't know how long it was. It seemed like it wouldn't end. The heels, the Buckaroos, seemed to outsmart the baby faces most of the time. And then I don't know what the finish was because I got to the part where they were fighting on the top turnbuckle, and one private party guy ended up holding the other private party guy on his shoulders like a chicken fight type of thing, like when the Road Warriors would set up the doomsday device and the victim would be on the shoulders of Animal. But one guy has his partner on his shoulders, and then Nikki Jackson drop kicked the guy on the shoulders, and he gave his own partner a reverse Hurricane Rana. And when I saw that, I said, you know what? They can do the rest of this without me. And that had to be 20 or 30 minutes into this thing. So that's what I saw. You know, and I've got to be honest, the next one, Brian, I hate to say this, but Chris Jericho's match may have been my favorite of the night, simply because it was the least offensive and they actually did the right finish. And because I've said that of all the lost opportunities and the dropped balls and in the booking and the people who could have maybe been better than they were but weren't because they got booked back under, Mark Briscoe's the biggest one. But it was a single match, even with goddamn tomfoolery. And again, they did the right finish, even though some of the stuff they did to get there. They get in a fight. They go to the floor for suplexes and elbow drops. I don't know why they set the ring up. But at least the fans get up and they get going for Briscoe because they like him. Most of the AEW baby faces are either bland, sissy dickheads or whiny or some fucking issue. Briscoe's got personality, and he's got the track record and the family connection and the sympathy from the fans. And, you know, they could have done something a year and a half ago. But then again, they've still got there's no reason to gimmick this thing up. Jericho supposedly draws the attention of Aubrey Ed so that Big Bill can pull out a table and lean it up on the desk. But here comes Pockets, and he beats up the 7-foot giant, and they fight off, and the match continues. And then Jericho gets some fucking heat, and they're on the floor for another several minutes or so. But did you notice Jericho taking over killed the crowd? They love to see Mark Briscoe do his shit, but when Jericho takes out, wake me up when Mark comes back.
They like seeing Chris Jericho take a beating, is what it was.
Well, you can look at it either way, but at least when Mark is doing something, there's more interesting shit going on, right? But anyway, then they gimmick up some more shit. Jericho gets the walls of Jericho, and Briscoe gets a rope break. And so then Brian Keith comes out and hits Mark Briscoe in the head with a baseball bat, but the end of it, like, you know, everybody hits that way, and gets a 2 count. And then here comes Rocky Romero and gloms Brian Keith, and they fight off. And now Mark can do the flip dive over the top rope on Jericho so they can break the table. And more false finishes. Jericho mocks Mark and the memory of Jay by doing a Jay driller and hits it and covers him. And I'm thinking, oh no. And it's a 2 count. And then Mark hulks up. And he fired back and made the comeback and hit the Death Valley Driver and the Froggy Bow and looked to the sky and hit the Jade Driller and 1, 2, 3. If there was 30 seconds of anything that was right about professional wrestling on this program, it was that 30 seconds. Your thoughts?
They lost me after Orange Cassidy chased away Big Bill with multiple Superman punches. Happy Mark Briscoe won. I hope they do the right thing and get him the fuck away from Chris Jericho. And also, enough with this conglomeration shit. Just have him on his own as a single. And
Well,
push him.
They put every bland, useless, or somebody that Tony has either ruined with the booking or had no idea for out there so Mark can talk for him. But again, people were into Briscoe, and it was the least ridiculously overdone or choreographed thing they did all night. But we were now 3 hours and 15 minutes into this fucking pay-per-view and 4:45 overall with the pre-show. And we've still got this main event to persevere through. And they did the history package. Bryan Danielson and John the Plumber Moxley. The history package is supposed to kind of bring you up to date and explain the issue, why these guys are fighting, what they're mad about, what they're going for. Well, it recapped everything that has been done, but there was still no explanation of why that. What's Moxley talking about? Why did he do this to Danielson? Why did it have to be this way, or it didn't have to be this way? Or it's not our company anymore, or I'm not a real boy Pinocchio, or whatever the fuck he's talking about. We still don't know, right, when we're getting in the ring for this match.
Just wait until I fall in love with Shakespeare.
He wouldn't be able to muddle his way through all the words. I don't know, for a guy that...
Alas, poor Claudio.
For a guy that acts like he has brain damage in a number of ways, he does have an extensive vocabulary.
That's why he hates Danielson. He introduced him to books. It polluted his mind.
So, did you notice that when they had Moxley enter through the bowels of the Tacoma Dome, they walked past a merchandise stand that was so empty they didn't even bother to turn the lights on? What the fuck?
Hey, can I say something real quick here at the top?
Please do. Right at the top.
You started calling him the plumber early on, and there was a while where he was just completely out of shape. It didn't look like he was working at it all. He did not look like a professional wrestler that would be as intimidating as his character should be or wants
He'd given up on life, yes.
And I'm also not advocating for steroids. I'm not saying that steroids are the answer for everybody or saying that people are necessarily on them. But Moxley came out here with a new physique.
I was about to say, he looked like he was on a health program of some type. He wasn't the pale, fleshy plumber that he was of some time back.
And he shaped his facial hair a little differently. It stood out, but also, again, for the first time ever, he had fucking veins bulging on his biceps. I've never seen that on Moxley ever. So
I've seen a few veins bulge on his head and neck.
That's the only thing I'll give him credit for with this whole thing. If he's going to act like, and if he's going to be this badass character, he has to look it, and he's starting to look it. So the work's not there.
I was about to say that
he looks like a wrestler now, but the problem is he still wrestles like shit.
And he still has these delusions and these choices he makes where, maybe is it the bank-addicted drug robber that's writing his material now because he expressed his admiration for that guy? He's the man.
Just wait until he puts out a book of poetry. He has to.
Much of Moxley in each of these. So then we hear the final countdown for possibly the final time. And he makes the entrance, and he's up on the turnbuckle as Bryan Danielson, and the fans are ready to sing, "It's the final count." But before they get there, Moxley jump starts it, and they go to the floor. And they have a big fight on the floor. But the final countdown is still playing, and the fans are chanting yes, and Moxley is choking Danielson with a camera cable, but then Danielson starts choking Moxley, and Marina Shafir jumps up on Danielson's back, and Moxley stops Danielson, but now the fans are singing the song while Danielson is getting beaten up because they don't want to miss the opportunity to sing the fucking song.
And this is the last time. That poor band Europe, they have to cancel the vacation next year.
Oh, fuck. And the timeshare? You think they're going to be able to get out of that? But so now, and then they get in the ring and the referee calls for the bell. Even if they're going to do that, why don't they just do it once in the course of the night? It's every fucking match. And again, the people love Danielson, so they were with this. And Danielson has a way about him of keeping people's attention, even though someone else doing it might not be able to. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I've come to hate his matches, and we'll probably talk about it on the drive-thru because I got a lot of questions, and one of them was about a quote that I saw where he basically said he doesn't wrestle for the fans, he just wrestles for the way he wants. It's like a selfish thing, and he recognizes it. And it's really hit me lately. His matches have become slow, plodding, unnecessary at times matches to me.
Well, but while he's in there with Moxley, which is the most egregious offender, because Moxley's going to do his style. Moxley pile drives Danielson on the announce desk. He chokes him with the cable. They're not even trying to be, or not to be counted out, even though this is not supposed to be an anything goes match. It's the same fucking rules. It's the same, not lack of rules. It's the same shit that everybody's doing all night. And Moxley gets a long fucking heat that's not that scintillating. And Marina Schaefer pulls up the floor mats, and Danielson ends up backdropping Moxley on the naked concrete and making a comeback, but Moxley would take back over. They did the face-off, and they traded the forearms. I wrote, Danielson makes another comeback. More yes kicks. Please go home. And I mean, we were almost a half an hour in at this point.
The yes kicks are slow. They're really, really slow. And, you know.
Well, you don't want to blow the fans up if they're going, yes, 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 after 27 or 28 kicks. They're, you know. And then Marina Schaefer got kicked out of ringside for pulling Danielson's leg. I think they're pulling our leg. And the match kept going.
That's the only thing I've seen Moxley sell in weeks, was Marina Schaefer getting kicked out of ringside. He acted worried.
Yes. Apparently she knows something he doesn't want to get out.
She knows something he doesn't. Jiu-jitsu.
Do you think they're going to reveal that she's the one that's training him to beat all the Home Depot clerks?
They haven't really explained anything about the relationship or why it just randomly started at all.
Well, no, exactly. But anyway, speaking of excessive, so Moxley then gives Danielson his double arm DDT finish on the floor on the concrete where the pads have been pulled up. And then rolls him in the ring and covers him and gets a 2 count. And I'm like, this is the guy who said, I need neck surgery by the end of the year. And so then they go more back and forth. And I wrote, I wasn't as tired of my last hernia surgery as I am of this match. And then Moxley gave him his finish in the ring and got a 1 count. And then Danielson gets up and spits in Moxley's face and slaps him. So Moxley just picked him up and gave him a gotch pile driver, you know, with a hook in the leg. Who was it that was doing that in recent years? It was doing the pile drivers like that. Maybe an ECW.
Was it Claudio?
Might have been Claudio, but it was somebody in ECW did it. But anyway, he gives him the gotch pile driver. He didn't cover him. He put on a chokehold from behind. So Danielson, in selling that choke wildly, like, oh my gosh, I've got to escape. I'm trying to get out. I can't get out. He killed the pile driver. Because after you've dropped a guy that needs neck surgery on his fucking head with a gotch pile driver, wouldn't he be incapable of selling that wildly? And why did you need to choke him? But nevertheless, he couldn't get the ropes. He fell down and the referee rang the bell. And the crowd was bullshit. They didn't like that one either. And not in the, oh my God, I can't believe he won way, but in the, what the fuck was that way?
Yeah, I saw someone say this right after the match, and I laughed. They said, it's kind of like that NWO throw garbage in the ring heat. I said, no, it's not like that at all. They didn't throw any garbage in the fucking ring. They were upset this happened.
The garbage was already in the ring.
They were upset this happened the way it happened. It wasn't just like, oh, the heels won, so the fans were upset. No, these are AEW fans. They were upset about the way it transpired. The finish and then the post-match, but the finish let a lot of people down, I think.
Well, they beat Danielson in his home state flat with a rotten finish in a match that was way too long, and it wasn't what they wanted to see. And I don't even know if they'd have wanted to see it if they understood why that Moxley did all these things to Danielson. And obviously, Danielson doesn't know either, or elsewise he would have come out and said. But nevertheless, the attempted murder is not over. I think the only thing they killed was the town, but
At that point, the fans were just upset after the finish and the way, again, it wasn't like a roll-up or anything. It was complete annihilation of Bryan Danielson with a choke. They were let down. I think what happened after it was what made a good portion of, from what we heard from some feedback and from what I felt watching it, that's where I was like, this is bullshit. What is this?
well, and there maybe is one NWO comparison, because remember when the NWO beat up the WCW guys who were supposed to be the baby faces every fucking week and they couldn't whip anybody? Maybe there's some correlation here, but so Moxley is now the new AEW champion. They didn't even elevate a young guy because they don't have one ready. They put it back on the worst pushed wrestler in the business today. And now they pull out the plastic bag and they're going to put the bag over Danielson's head again. But here comes Wheeler Yuta and Darby Allin, and they hit the ring, and all four of the heels scatter like cockroaches. And you're thinking, well, wait a minute, there's four of them, two of the other guys, and when does Moxley ever sell anything? But then suddenly, Yuta, Wheeler Useless, gloms Darby with a knee and turns on him. If he was going to turn on him, why didn't he turn on him last week? Well, I don't. And then
turn on him to become heel again. He was a heel who then suddenly was babyface because he didn't go along with the other heels, and now he's just a heel again. So it's not like this is any different than what he was.
And he's a wishy-washy heel. And they duct tape Darby to the ropes in very sloppy fashion. But they duct tape him to the ropes, so then Moxley gives Wheeler the bag, and Wheeler puts it over Danielson's head. And security can't get in because they're playing King of the Mountain with them. And then here comes Private Party. Did you see what Moxley did to Private Party?
Oh, no, I missed that.
Here came Private Party, but out on the floor, Moxley front face locked both of them.
Oh, I did see that. Yes, I did. Yes.
And he drug them over to the railing and had neutralized both these motherfuckers, one under each arm. Maybe it was the fucking armpit BO. I'm not sure. So then Jeff Jarrett comes out and Moxley no-sells him and beats him up. And in the ring...
You know who no-sold Jeff Jarrett more than Moxley? Did you hear Jim Ross on commentary?
No, because I was watching this fiasco unfold. What would he say?
I'm paraphrasing, but Jeff Jarrett, oh no.
Oh, well, while all that was going on, Claudio in the ring had gotten a chair and put Danielson's neck in the fucking chair, and They end up the heels after they put a plastic bag over his head, after they beat him with all these various moves. Then they Pillmanize his neck in the chair. And then more job guys, it could have been their top guys, there's no real difference, come in, and the heels leave through the arena, and then they do the long, if it had been a hot angle, it would have been great, but they did the deal where they wheel the stretcher out for the Danielson and the stay with it when the EMTs are taping him to the backboard and treating him, and Sockface was trying to cry on commentary. I've seen Moxley for a long time. I've never seen this. This is so horrible. And the smartest audience in the business, and I use that term in the colloquialism of knowing the behind-the-scenes shit, not in terms of measuring intelligence quotient. The smartest audience in the business, an entire pay-per-view of mayhem and attempted murder and completely implausible shit is climaxed by over 45 minutes from start to finish of this goddamn match, and it took 3 attempted murders to finally send him out on a stretcher. And nobody even got stabbed with a screwdriver in this one. But what more can be fucking done? It's ridiculous. Is this going to get any heat on Moxley? I mean, any kind of money-drawn productive heat.
Listen, he walked through the crowd. If this was done at any time where there was real heat, would he be able to just walk right back through the crowd? Even if he had Marina Shafir, I don't know if that would stop everyone. He wouldn't have been able to walk through the crowd. So instead, again, people know, that crowd knows what's up. So they were just disappointed with what transpired and how it transpired. There was a groan when the plastic bag came out. Because we groaned when it happened a couple weeks ago. And they do it again.
But in any kind of crime scene, Sergeant, what was the cause of death? Well, he was shot. He was suffocated with a pillow. He was choked to death by the bruises around his neck. And also, we believe he may have been poisoned.
This is so bad. And the problem is, it's Tony Khan's fault for letting this on the show, for booking any of this, for being behind any of this. But the problem is Moxley, and I'll say it, Danielson, have really bad instincts when it comes to what's good for professional wrestling television. There's stuff they personally like, that they're personally marks for, and they try to bring it to the national stage without any idea of how to properly do execution. And this is what you get. And Tony Khan's not going to say no, and he's not smart enough to fix whatever's wrong, and he's not strong enough to say no to any of these guys wanting to do these things. It's important to note, Danielson put over Moxley here. That's Danielson's choice. Make no mistake, that's Danielson's choice. It could have been Darby, and people think that it may eventually go to Darby. It could have been Darby here. You talk about putting over a younger guy. I'm not saying that's the perfect guy in the perfect world, but in AEW, there aren't too many people that it would really help. And I think this pay-per-view pleased the AEW fans that watch for work rate and pissed off people that watch to invest in any of the characters.
I agree with you.
All right, what do you think of the crowd reaction here?
Just
outside of Seattle.
They didn't like it, but it's not just because they fucked the hometown guy. It's because there was an element to me of, we went through all that for this? Just choke him out. And
It better be Shane McMahon at this point behind this.
But where would Shane be? What landmark event does it take now to get Shane to show himself if this wasn't the place to reveal him if he had anything to do with it?
I don't know, but that's the other thing. They're making it sound like Moxley's doing this on behalf of a greater cause, a bigger leader, a fearless leader. I'm not sure. It has to be. If it's like some fucking indie guy, it's going to be a problem. These fans are really, like, that's the thing. People are now thinking it could be Shane McMahon. Even if it's not, it has to be someone. Well, if it's Kevin Owens, that's at least someone, but that's not for a while.
Well, and besides that, I don't think it'd make a lot of sense, but I don't think there's a higher power. I don't think that Moxley is going to be subservient to anybody in his own fantasy angle here. I think it's some type of, not motivation, but mindset that he has found, and he's still going to be the fucking boss of this thing. I don't think he's going to let anybody else be the one to fuck the dog and him just hold its head. That's just me, though. What do I know? I'm only right all the time.
Well, Moxley, once again, for either the third or fourth time, I'm not sure, the AEW World Champion. Bryan Danielson seemingly done as a wrestler, although I'm sure we will see him again. He's done as maybe a full-time wrestler, if you can call what AEW is full-time. But he's apparently...
Takes up a lot of my time.
He's apparently going home, and...
Well, and speaking of going home and coming back from home, MJF showed up to confront Daniel Garcia, but Adam Cole showed up to confront MJF, and now if Garcia put MJF out of action, but so did Adam Cole when the Devil people. So does that mean that basically Adam Cole and Daniel Garcia have both proven they can kick the shit out of MJF, but MJF is the only one that draws any ratings?
Oh yeah, the misuse of MJF because of Tony Khan's booking is a major story over the last year. Whatever we want to say about the brochacho shit, and I say shit because I hated it. I didn't like it.
Yeah.
It was working. Like, I didn't like it, but it sold like more t-shirts than anything they've ever done. So there was an element of that, and then from
MJF did that for him. Thank you very much.
And then from that point forward, look at the way MJF was used before he left, when he came back, and then I guess the second time he came back. And now he's in this thing with Adam Cole and maybe Daniel Garcia, and I think he's on like a film set. I mean, again, he left the film set, and I saw there was a video on Twitter. Someone had him with the Adam Sandler movie. Is it Happy Madison? Is that it? Do you know?
Happy Gilmore.
Happy Gilmore.
You're thinking of Holly Madison. She was the penthouse pet and concubine of Hugh Hefner.
I think I was thinking of Billy Madison, the movie, but either way.
Well, you'd be happier with Holly.
Probably so. But where are we going now? Happy holidays.
It was your story, and then you started talking about naked women and threw everybody off.
But the point is, he's on a film set. I don't know how much. Is he going to be flying into Dynamite every week?
Well, Tony's got a plane, but boy, if I was MJF, I'd say, you know what? Why don't you let one of these other motherfuckers hospitalize me? I'll be gone for another couple months, and I'll come back and let another one hospitalize me. You can get 6 hospitalizations out of me this year.
As long as I can agree not to get Ray Phoenixed. You hear about that? Apparently Ray Phoenix, Tony's adding, was it 8 months to his contract?
Oh, yes. Well, and we mentioned that, Jesus, it's not like that he was overworking them while they were under contract. He probably paid them per capita more money than most people have ever made per match, like he does the rest of these guys. So I don't really have a lot of, sympathy at that level. Tony's not being a nice guy anymore. Imagine that. So one time he takes our advice and people get on him for it.
He can't win. He really can't.
No, well, he can't win. No, I'll agree with that too. But yeah, sometimes
like a fucking maniac. Look like a maniac out there with the Inokis.
You're damned if you do and damned if you don't.
He looked crazy out there with the Inokis.
Absolutely batshit out of his fucking mind. If that guy came up to the police in a fucking Target parking lot, they would tase him.
Well, you excited? One last question about all this. Are you excited? Are you filled with the jolts of electricity like you were tased at the idea of a Moxley and this heel stable of just everyone he was doing stuff with already. Yuta and Claudio and Pac and Marina Shafir. Are you excited about this run? Is he, considering his lack of selling and everything else, the perfect guy? He doesn't sell anything, including tickets. Is he the perfect guy to be the top heel in the company right now?
Well, good Lord. It's like the nicest guy in prison. Now he's got 4 men and a woman in his group that we don't know what the fuck's going on with and why they've suddenly begun acting this way and talking like this. But they've set up Darby Allin to be his next challenger. Maybe is this a short transitional Stan the Man Stasiak type of world title reign for Moxley? So, because they probably said, well, we don't want Darby to beat Danielson because they wouldn't say that because they're both baby faces. That makes too much sense. But I can't believe he's going to hold this thing for a long time. But now that he's got the strongest army in the company, don't they need to beef up the goddamn ass-kicking ability of the AEW babyface side? You got one group that's stabbing people with screwdrivers, and the other group that's fucking suffocating them. And what are the babyfaces doing? Rapping and fucking shooting videos. I think they need some ass kickers over on the babyface side.
Well, they've got to do something different. We'll see what happens. But that was AEW WrestleDream. It's like a fever dream.
The brainchild of the legendary Antonio Inoki. Brian, let's end this program today by asking all of the Cult of Cornette members to join us in the Honorable Antonio Inoki-san's favorite chant. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you, son. Fuck you, son. Bye-bye, son.